To transport outside, blocking and the first one is 2755. The second one is 11827. Thank you. If grateful if everyone at the back can move as towards the front as possible to make use of the space. Thank you. in a few minutes. We are from First Lady of the Republic of Seychelles, Mrs. Linda Wamkalawan. United Nations Population Fund Regional Director for East and Southern Africa, Mrs. Lydia Zigomo. United Nations Resident Coordinator for Mauritius and Seychelles, Ms. Lisa Singh. Minister for Youth, Sports and Family Affairs, Mrs. Marie-Céline Diallo. Ministers. Representatives of the Office of the United Nations Resident Coordinator and the United Nations Population Fund. Members of the National Assembly. Principal Secretaries. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this high-level forum as part of activities commemorating International Women's Day. My name is Myra Labiche, and I will be your MC for today. Last Friday, the International Women's Day was celebrated through various events and activities across the globe. In some places, the whole month of March is dedicated to celebrating the contributions of women in history, culture, and society. As you would recall, the theme for this year is Women Invest in Yourselves and Accelerate Progress. As an advocate for women myself, I find this theme very fitting in our local community, and I was extremely proud to learn of today's events. An international high-level forum co-hosted by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Family and the United Nations Population Fund in collaboration with the Ministry of Investment, Entrepreneurship and Industry and the Ministry for Health. The forum aims to explore entrepreneurship as a vehicle for transformational change to address sustainable development issues. Therefore, providing an opportunity to celebrate women and girls who are championing the advanced development in the country. On behalf of the Seychelles government, I wish to thank the UNFPA for this collaboration, as the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Family looks forward to more collaborations with mutual benefits. Another interesting component of today's event is an ongoing exhibition, as you would have noticed when coming inside, showcasing women entrepreneurs' products on display and on sale. I will therefore invite you all to support women entrepreneurs by viewing and even purchasing their products. I also acknowledge Mrs. Fleurange Dora of Fleurs Touch for her beautiful flowers and decorations today, as you would see across the stage. So just some housekeeping before we kickstart today's event. No drinking in the room, but there is water available outside if you wish to have some. I will now leave the floor to Ms. Alison Wawo, who will perform a song for us.
You are here, working in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. Hey, waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. That is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness, my God, that is who you are. You wipe away all tears, you mend the broken heart, you're the answer to it all, Jesus. You wipe away all tears, you mend the broken heart, you're the answer to it all, Jesus.
Thank you, Miss Allison. So, Miss Allison today is celebrating her birthday, and she agreed to sing for us today. So I will invite the First Lady to present her with some flowers as a big thank you for supporting today's event. So happy birthday again, Allison. Thank you for your performance. We will now begin with the official ceremony for today's event. And without any further delays, I will invite the Minister for Youth, Sports and Family, Mrs. Marie-Céline Diallo, to address us.
First Lady, Mrs. Ramkalawan, United Nations Population Fund Regional Director for East and Southern Africa, Ms. Zigomo, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Mauritius and Seychelles, she's half Seychelles already, Ms. Singh. Special as well to Josiane, my sister. Ministers, representatives of the Office of UN Resident Coordinator in the United Nations Population Fund, members of the National Assembly, thank you very much for being here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. Comment ça va? Good. All right, so I have three small points. As you know, I don't read speeches, I just speak from the heart. So my very first reflection today is to share with all of you a moment of appreciation. I said when I was doing my speech for the Sports Award, beginning of this month, appreciation, gratitude has become a very rare commodity. I don't like this. I don't want to keep it rare. It has to be something that we do all the time. And I would like to allow me just 1 minute to appreciate the women who managed to bring us here today, that we are here because of these women. I'm talking about our ancestors. I'm talking about our great-great-great-great-great-grandmothers, our great aunties, our four sisters. You know, there was a time in the world where women were not allowed to cast a vote. Women were not allowed to have property. They're still in some countries not allowed. So for all of us here today, that we can experience and we can share and we can really enjoy all of the equality benefits, it is because of these women. They're gone, they're not forgotten. I would just like us not to take it lightly, but to appreciate that, you know, a couple of 100 years ago, maybe sometimes 50 years ago, or in the present world, there are women who cannot enjoy freedom. So us, that we can enjoy and we can sit here, and I'm a minister for sports, a woman. When I go to the conferences, it's very rare. I'm a rare endangered species when I go to these sports conferences, because there are not very many women ministers, but in Seychelles, there's a women sports minister. So I would like to take a moment to appreciate. And we've had in Seychelles as well, women chief justice. We have currently, and I'm happy that, you know, she has been as well making history to be reappointed as governor of the central bank, a woman. She wanted to be here, she will be here, because we have another session with World Bank, but she will be here on a panel. If not, but she will participate with us later on. And then we have just as well, I think it's just the second woman for the history of Seychelles, a principal secretary for finance, who is a woman. So I would just like really to take a moment to appreciate and to say thank you, and to say to all of our ancestors, all of the people who made it possible for us to be able to cast a vote, for us to be able to be in office, at the highest office, and other areas as well. And we have as well in Seychelles the very first woman at the head of Seychelles breweries. And she's an African woman, so I'm even more excited about this as well. So we have quite a number of achievements that I would like to appreciate and I would like to celebrate. And I remember yesterday at the press conference, somebody asked the president, about women foreigner being appointed, and then he took the opportunity to talk about the principal secretary, a woman, being appointed in the Seychelles, and she was saying, I don't think we celebrated her enough for this appointment. So, and I thought, okay, and I would like to tell all of us women, let us not wait for the man to celebrate us. Let us celebrate ourselves. So this is why I'm doing this and celebrating the women. We wait for so long for somebody else to celebrate us. I say we celebrate us because we deserve it. Okay, so secondly, the theme for International Women's Day is Invest in Women for Progress. And as usual, we have a twist in Seychelles. And I have come up with the twist of saying, invest in ourselves. And this is why we have this session with UNFPA as partner, and also the Ministry for Investment and Entrepreneurship, and also the Ministry for Health. And thank you as well, local government, for being part of this, because my message, my key message as well today is that we have equality in Seychelles for women. In Seychelles, I say this often, it doesn't really matter whether you're born male or female. So we are blessed. And that's why I took the time to appreciate that. We don't appreciate that enough, I think. We are blessed to have that opportunity and to be whoever as a woman we want to be. But there still exists an ecosystem in business that is very male-friendly and not female-friendly. As women, we have a nurturing duty, responsibility with children, with families, and the businesses that doesn't go hand in hand. God doesn't go well. I'm telling us, my sisters, it doesn't have to be. Let's invest in ourselves. Let us co-create an ecosystem for us, by us. Let us not wait for the men to do it. They don't have estrogen and progesterone in their blood. They have testosterone, so they can't do it. They can't feel what we feel. We can't feel what they feel. So I say, let us, and this is why we brought many women entrepreneurs today. And we would look, I heard the MC saying about small, medium enterprise. Let's go for the big businesses. Why do we have to stay small? And many times I see my sister Ingrid at the back. That is a conversation I have with her all the time. And yes, because women choose their families. They say, yes, I'm doing well, but why don't you go big? Family responsibilities and so on. I say, let's build an ecosystem with sisterhood and then share and support each other so that we can do it big. Because once we have women billionaires in this country, we will invest differently, won't we? Thank you, Ministry for Health, and all of your representatives here today. We have to take better care of ourselves. If one of my other sister ministers was a minister, Franco would keep telling us, welfare, well-being is really important. And sometimes we think, yes, we can do well in business, in politics, in whatever career that we choose, and then neglecting health and family. I say, we can choose. I say, let's not choose. We can have it all. We should have it all. Why not? So we need to also, because I practice what I preach, we have exercise in the ministry. I give time outside of lunchtime, outside of, we don't have to exercise in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Family outside working hours. Everybody gets 1 hour, everybody. men and women, 1 hour to exercise and to take better care of ourselves, nutrition, and everything that goes with it. So we're walking the talk, and we encourage and we invite other ministries as well. Give our workers 1 hour during the day so that they really, an organized way to take care of ourselves. We need to do that. We have a health crisis in Seychelles. We have so many issues at the hospital. We have so many diseases, sickness that can be avoided. It's linked to lifestyle. So my sisters, we have to be advocate as well of while we nurture, but also that we bring out this message of welfare, of well-being, of taking care of our own health, of taking responsibility for our health. If we're not healthy mentally, emotionally, physically, we will not have economic justice and economic freedom, what we're talking about, or we won't be able to enjoy it. Whole point of doing this is to be happy and have a really fruitful life. So, at the end, I will not, because I don't want to steal the spotlight. I would like Minister Devika, is the keynote speaker today, to thank a few people. Again, gratitude, another rare commodity that we have to make it more popular. So first of all, UNFPA, thank you very much, Regional Director, for making the trip, for taking an interest. And it's your very first visit in Seychelles, and I know it will not be your last. So please feel welcome anytime. Let us give her a big hand, please. The Seychelles welcome. So, and thank you as well. I keep saying with Zosiane, I remember last year we were in my office and we were discussing this and finally making it happen. I think I'm a little bit passionate today because I'm excited, because planning something and then actually doing it, that gives you really, really great satisfaction. So thank you very much. I think I can now call you my sister. She keeps texting me all the time. So that to make this happen as well, big hand for Zosiane. And of course, I think Miss Singh is almost Seychellois. She's here like almost every month. I think maybe she should take office here. So thank you very much for being part of this, for always being part of the activities that we do for women, for supporting, for helping. And First Lady, she has to travel on a very long trip tonight, but she came and she's always supportive. She has an office at my office, at our office for the ministry, supporting women, supporting children, especially disabled, especially for the elderly population. So thank you very much. And, may God give you strength to continue. I know it's not easy. I know, but to give you strength to continue. And of course, the ministers who are here, my sisters, and those who are also absent who could not make it because, like I say, there are quite a few events today. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of the partners, for everybody who is here in this room. I think all of you who've made it in this room, who are here, we need to celebrate you. So give yourselves a big hand. Especially those from overseas, those who are coming from Prague, from Ladig, from other countries. But I would like to have now, Sharon, don't go anywhere. Sharon, come here. This is the beautiful short lady in yellow running around. Just want to give her a moment. We thank and we're grateful to people in the limelight. Trust me, without this strong woman here, this would not have happened. So when I don't do much, together with Zosiane, we just decide what to do. We just decide some crazy things that we're going to come up with. And then it's a team of people at the Secretariat, at the Family Department, DG Larry and team, that men and women, but mostly women, that get to actually making it happen. So all of the ladies who are always in the background, making things happen, this is for you. This is for you. God bless you. Thank you. So thank you, everybody. May God give us a lot of wisdom to be able to continue to do what we do every day, and a lot more strength and a lot more energy, because like I said, yes, we will be talking about equality, like I think the World Bank has done some analysis. It will take more than 100 years for us to get equality. I say, I don't believe that. I say us women, girls, grandmothers, aunties, we can do this. We can do this ourselves, and it's going to take us a lot less time. So have a pleasant day. and looking forward to engage more with you later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your words of encouragement, and I look forward to seeing the many women billionaires in the country. I would now like to invite the United Nations resident coordinator / nearly Seychelles resident, Ms. Lisa Singh, for her remarks.
First Lady of the Republic of Seychelles, Mrs. Linda Ramkalawan, Minister for Youth, Sports and Family, Mrs. Marie-Céline Zialor, Ministers, United Nations Population Fund Director for East and Southern Africa, Ms. Lydia Zigomo, my dear sister, UNFPA Country Director for Comoros, Mauritius and Seychelles, Josiane Yagubo, PSs, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. So thank you, Minister Zialo, for acknowledging the regularity of my visit here. It is indeed true. We're just in March, and it is my third visit this year to Seychelles. And I get mobilized by non-resident agencies. You know, you may think that we have only WHO sitting here. In the UNCT configuration that we just signed recently, you have over 21 non-resident UN agencies who have signed up. So geography is just a concept. And for countries like Seychelles, which is a high-income country, you know the challenges of mobilizing money, the challenges of mobilizing funding. What is expected, I know, from the government, and what we aim to aspire to is really to provide you with innovation, policy thinking, and most of all, to showcase that we are committed as a UN team to doing things together. We ask you to be integrated. We ask you to be synergistic. And we commit to doing the same. And you've seen this happen. And my last visit was to support Minister Vido in the Science, Technology, Innovation Roadmap and the review of the policy. And it was really my pleasure, you know, and I agree with you, Minister Zialo, that Seychelles is ahead of the curve in Africa, and indeed of the world. The workshop, we took a photo afterwards, and I'm really sorry I missed you, Minister Vido. I know you were busy. The photo we took, I counted. There were 15 women in the photo and 16 men. Where in the world will you have this kind of photo? In a conversation around science, technology, innovation. It was on par. So I think this is an inspiration for the rest of the continent, to the world, to see how Seychelles women are really active, engaged, and making their voice heard. And I think this is something that we need to continue to reinforce. I'm really glad to be here in terms of the theme today, which is Invest in Yourself and Accelerate Progress, which is the IWD theme, because women's rights is a fundamental human right, and it is unfortunately what we see in during the COVID time. We saw that, exogenous shock like that, we thought we had made progress, but we saw that exogenous shocks like that really ended up with women's rights decelerating. We shouldn't have to fight for progress that we've made. We saw that when it came to gender-based violence. We saw that when it comes to rights. We saw that when it came to access to, services, for example. We saw that when it came to education. The ones most impacted were girls and women. So I think this is a lesson to be learned, to ensure that what we do together is sustained. And we put in place the ecosystem, as you said, Minister Zialo. We don't think about just the interventions, but rather make sure it is in an ecosystem, because unless we do that, it's not going to be sustainable, because there will always be other interests, unfortunately, to push us back. And so the women ourselves have to do it together. So because it's IWD celebration, I cannot not, share with you the message from the Secretary General. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to share the message from the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for the International Women's Day, and I quote, "On International Women's Day, we celebrate women and girls around the world, and we applaud all they have achieved in the fight for equality. Women and girls have made great gains, demolishing barriers, dismantling stereotypes, and driving progress towards a more just and equal world, yet they face immense obstacles. Billions of women and girls face marginalization, injustice, and discrimination, while the persistent epidemic of violence against women disgraces humanity. Our world still reflects a male-dominated power relations, and progress is an attack with fierce backlash against women's rights. At our current rate, legal equality is some 300 years away, and we must move faster. On International Women's Day, we stand with women and girls fighting for their rights, and we commit to accelerating progress. This year's theme, Invest in Women, reminds us that ending the patriarchy requires money on the table. We must support women's organizations on the forefront. We must invest in programs to end violence against women and to drive women's inclusion and leadership in economies, digital technologies, peace building, climate action. And this depends on unlocking finance for sustainable development so that countries have funds available to invest in girls and women. We need to also increase the number of women leaders in business, finance, central banks, and finance ministries. This can help drive investments in policies and programs that respond to women and girls' need. Women's rights are a proven path to fair, peaceful, prosperous societies. It is good for us all. Together, let's take urgent action to make it a reality. Thank you. End of quote. I know that, as I just mentioned, that there's, we see a clear stride in terms of commitment from Seychelles to gender equality, and we've observed, for example, ensuring equal opportunities and full participation of women in many aspects of society. President of Seychelles, for example, as you just mentioned, has appointed 4 prominent positions in Seychelles, recently CEO of the National Bureau of Statistics also, the Principal Secretary of Ministry of Finance, as you just mentioned, the Commissioner General of Seychelles Revenue Commission, and the Governor of the Central Bank. Very, very rare statistics when you combine it in terms of the profile of the senior-most decision makers. Education also, we've seen that gender parity has been achieved in primary and secondary education. And this is really important because it lays the foundation for the future generation. And this is an area that we've been talking with Minister Valentin, for example. How do you ramp up transforming education to respond to the future needs of the country, particularly in terms of, the next generation jobs? And I'll get to that shortly. In terms of employment, women constitute half the workforce in Seychelles, contributing to the economy's growth and development. Additionally, 40% of management positions in the private sector held by women, so bravo to Seychelles. And this is really about breaking the glass ceiling. So this brings their presence in decision-making roles and, of course, enriches and brings the quality of the decision-making to the forefront. I will not mention again about political participation. We see it very evident. So this is, again, an inspiring area. The United Nations through UNFP has been pleased to support Seychelles in making commendable strides to improve maternal and child health. And of course, the fact that the regional director of UNFP is here with us is really a commitment, a strong sign of a commitment. So thank you, Lydia, for being here. We have, as UN resident coordinator for Mauritius and Seychelles, I've been pushing the regional directors to please visit Seychelles, please visit Mauritius, to put us and the SIDS issues on the map. So really, we're very moved, and thank you for that. I just want to end by saying that, going forward, one of the things that and I take a lesson from the workshop we had last week, Devika, that really, one of the biggest disruptors for SIDS countries like Seychelles going forward is technology and all the innovation around that. I think the country really needs to prepare for that, because there's a lot of opportunities that come with it, but there's also a lot of risks to disrupt progress. And I think here we need to really make sure that we invest in girls, women, to make sure they have the right, because it's no longer about education only. It's about skills, competency, even the soft skills, emotional, political, what have you, right? And how they engage with the wider ecosystem laterally. between different sectors, between different constituencies. So I think investing in this and having a strong roadmap, which is you already have, to see how the other ministries can take it on as one of their core mandates. I think you're already doing that. I saw a lot of ministries attending it, owning it, so congratulations for that. I think it's really important that we engage together, and we as the UN, of course, we commit to supporting the Seychelles government in making sure that we are hand in hand with you in taking the issue of gender empowerment, health, sexual and reproductive rights, and, engaging in jobs of the future with you. And as it is the celebration of the International Women's Day, I take this opportunity to wish you a very happy International Women's Day and year to all of you beautiful women out here. Together we are one. Together we are together. Together we can do it. So thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Singh, for those strong words. I would now like to call upon the Regional Director for UNFPA for East and Southern Africa, Ms. Lydia Zigomo, for her opening remarks for this ceremony.
My job is nearly done, actually, by Lisa. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Seychelles, Mrs. Linda Ramkalavan, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Mauritius and Seychelles, Lisa Singh, Minister for Youth, Sports and Family, Ms. Marie-Céline Zialo, Honorable Ministers of Entrepreneurship, Enterprises and Investment and for Local Government, and representatives of the Ministry of Health, other government ministries, representatives of the Office of the United Nations Resident Coordinator and United Nations Population Fund here present, members of the National Assembly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. It is my absolute pleasure to be here in Seychelles. And I am very, very embarrassed to say, as a Southern African, my nationality is actually Zimbabwean. This is my first time in Seychelles. And it goes to show that mainland Africa, we need to pay attention to the islands. We really do. So I can very much promise that this is not going to be my last time in Seychelles. And I had the opportunity to go to Mauritius also yesterday. And again was totally surprised. I had been to Madagascar several times, but not these particular islands, who are performing really, really well on the issues that we in the United Nations, and particularly United Nations Population Fund, care about. So it's a warm welcome for myself, but also to all of you women and other guests who are here for this high-level forum, that we are marking the International Women's Day and Women's Day month of 2024 in the Seychelles. And it's a pleasure to be here and co-host this event with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Family. And it's important to note that this event, as the Minister said, brings together so many inspiring and remarkable women, and we celebrate them on this beautiful island, from the traditional singer and dancer, little girl who was performing for us at the very beginning, to the young lady whose birthday we celebrated, who sang, and she reminded me so much of my own daughter, about the same age, who also sings and who also dresses exactly like that. And just celebrating the fact that, as you said, Honorable Minister, we have much to thank previous generations of women who did much of the fighting and the battle for us. And I was reminded of my own grandmother, maternal grandmother and paternal grandmother, who have since passed on. But I am always struck by how brave and courageous they were at a time when many of our countries were colonized. And their prospects in life were so limited. She worked for many, many years as a housemaid for a white family in colonial, it was then Rhodesia, and then became Zimbabwe. But I also know that in my family, I was the first girl to go to university. My grandfather, my paternal grandfather, was always celebrated that. He was passionate about education. And as UNFPA, as we commemorate International Women's Day, one of the things we really want to acknowledge in Seychelles is the progress is made on education, girls' education in particular. And I was very pleased to hear mention from my sister Lisa on the issue of STEM, and particularly encouraging young girls to go into science technology, because the more we can have women and girls in STEM, the more likely we're going to have women-centered businesses, but also women-centered solutions to some of the issues that we face, which are often ignored by, whether it's the health sector or any other sector of development. We will then be really able to put women and girls at the heart of development. So I want to celebrate on this International Women's Day month, Seychelles, for the achievements you've made, and to congratulate you as a nation on that laser focus on really ensuring that we walk the talk. Investing in women starts with ensuring that our girls get a good education, and you are making major strides in that respect. But at this time, I also want to talk about the areas where we need to push further. And Minister, you actually mentioned it, on this issue of gender-based violence. And it's something that has been interesting to note that irrespective of the economic status of a country and progress that has been made in other spheres, this is still an issue we struggle with in this region of East and Southern Africa, but actually as a global community. Gender-based violence continues to claw back on some of the progress that we're making to ensure that girls and women are truly empowered, socially empowered, so they can be also economically empowered. So that is the final push, that is the final frontier we need to overcome. But I think overall, there are many lessons that we can take from a country like Seychelles that we need to spend time interrogating about what you have done to get so many things right, and what is the learning for many other parts of Africa, and how do we also celebrate this and make it visible internationally and also within the region. And so I think one of the things that I'll be leaving Seychelles with at the end of this week will be a commitment to be a champion for what I have seen, what I'm experiencing, and how we tell the story better. Because the world and Africa needs good stories. And you're one of the good stories that we need to be talking about. So we are here to not just shine a light on the fact that it's International Women's Day, but also shine a light on the fact that right across from me here, there's a whole high-level seat of women who are leading in Seychelles. I was really struck by that when I came in, because I was like, all these women ministers, all these women in various areas, leading in areas, we need to celebrate them. And the First Lady here to also play her part. And it's nice to see that in the UN, we also managed to have a group of women who are also leading in this part of the world, who are energized and who are excited and who are going to collaborate with you and partner with you in many different ways. So as I end, I think on this International Women's Day and every day, let us ignite our collective commitment to invest in a world where every woman and girl can thrive. They can stay healthy and in school, thereby unlocking their boundaries and in terms of their potential and that of their entire communities. As our Executive Director, Dr. Natalia Kanem, often says is, how do we translate the fact that there can be really no real progress if there's no protection and advancement of women's rights. At the heart of development must be the progression of women and women's rights and women's bodily autonomy and ability to exercise their rights and choices about their lives. Then we will be talking about equitable, inclusive development that will really drive and turbo boost this continent further. We were just talking with the minister quietly about the fact that, and this is also something my executive director often says, and she was saying this at the African Union Summit in February. In a couple of decades, 1 in every 4 people in the world will be African. And we're also talking about the fact that countries like Seychelles are the place where we need to understand what's going to be happening around this demographic dividend and this world of possibilities of 8 billion plus that we're moving into. And what we can learn about how we create, as was discussed by Lisa and with the Minister of Enterprises and Investment, how we create then a future-fit African young person who's going to be a global player, not just an African player, but a global player, because 1 in every African, in every 4 people will be African. And so Africa is going to be one of the biggest players on the global stage. And we have a responsibility to ensure that those Africans we are training up and building up are going to be positive agents of change on the global stage. We can do it, I believe. We can do it by ensuring we train up our young people in the right way, that they have control of their bodies and know and have the right information about how to manage their lives, make choices about their lives, and understand the world in which they are to make a contribution. So for me, it's a luta continua, the struggle continues. We haven't got women quite where you have got them here in Seychelles, but also you are the beacon of hope and light for mainland Africa that we need to learn from. And I hope as Seychelles women, you take your place, your rightful place on the African continental stage to share exactly how you've made it and how you're doing it. But also to share words of caution about the areas where we still need to pay attention to and how we collectively work together to come up with the solutions for that. So it's my pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you very much for inviting me and for hosting me, for the warm welcome. And it's just such an honor to be spending International Women's Day month in the small islands. They may be small, but they definitely are punching above their weight. They are the future for Africa, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sigomo, for those inspirational words. Ladies and gentlemen, before we kickstart with the panel discussions, we will have a short entertainment by a cultural group from SNYC who were warming up earlier, but now they will perform for you.
Siriano,
Thank you, and that was a performance by the SNYC group, a group of students from the Seychelles National Youth Council, and they actually performed this same piece at Indian Ocean Youth Games last year. So they did very well. Thank you again, students. So now we will proceed with our discussions, which I'm sure all of you are waiting for. So today we will have 3 thematic, which will include women entrepreneurs in Seychelles, financial services for women in business, and lastly, investing in women's health. So as mentioned earlier, the panelists will comprise of local and international stakeholders. We will start with our first panel discussion on women entrepreneurs in Seychelles. The discussion will go on for around 45 minutes, and I will call upon the first moderator, who will then invite the panelists, and we will begin with the discussion. So I will call upon a young and dynamic lawyer to be our first moderator, which is Miss Angélique Juliette, and they will be discussing once again on women entrepreneurs in Seychelles.
All right. So First Lady Mrs. Ramkalawan, Regional Director for UNFPA, Eastern South Africa, Ms. Zigomo, UN Resident Coordinator, Ms. Lisa Singh, Minister for Youth, Sports and Family, Mrs. Diallo, Honorable Ministers, representatives of the Office of the UN, members of the National Assembly, and all distinguished invitees. Beautiful ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, and a blessed morning to you all. As introduced by the MC, my name is Angélique Juliette, and I will be moderating what I'm sure will be an inspiring discussion on women entrepreneurs in Seychelles in honor of Women's Day and in line with this year's theme of Women Invest in Yourself and Accelerate Progress. To very briefly introduce myself, I have a legal background as well as a small business with my business partner in the agricultural sector. And our farm is called Papi's Farm, so watch out for it. While also being an associate lecturer at the University of Seychelles, country representative for UN Youth, and a member of the SNYC Youth Advisory Committee. Wow, that was a mouthful, but as Minister Diallo has mentioned, you can have it all, and I am sure it will be possible. Thank you. But today the spotlight will be on our incredible and inspiring panelists who I would like to invite to the stage. So first of all, Minister Devika Vidot, please take your honored seat, and let us give her a round of applause. Our second panelist is Ms. Juliet Jin. Jin, please take your honorable seat. And I will ask Ms. Jin to accompany her sister, Mariette Jin, who is also our incredible panelist today. A round of applause for her as well. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Ushna John Labos to join us, and a round of applause for her. Do you want to? Welcome, all beautiful panelists. And let me just introduce all of them so that we might as well get to know them a little bit better. So Minister Devika Vidot is the Minister for Investment, Entrepreneurship and Industry. She's the youngest minister in the cabinet, and her expertise is mainly in accounting, entrepreneurial and financial services. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance from the University of Manchester and a master's degree in professional accountancy. She grew up with entrepreneurial parents. Her father has a retail business, whereas her mother has a self-catering business. At a very young age, she assisted them in all aspects of business operation, bookkeeping, filing of returns, applying for licenses, meetings with authorities, and even managing businesses. Wow. And she has been actively involved since the age of 12, and as she grew, her responsibilities increased. So a very big round of applause for her journey up until this point. So Ms. Jin, Juliet Jin, is a journalist by profession. She's now the founder and owner of 2 businesses, media consultant and producer under Musfe Service Media, and an owner of local artisan business, Blue Fire Lady, where she crafts fakwa bags and accessories. She holds a degree in business administration, specializing in international business. And the spirit of entrepreneurship must run in the Jin family, as we also welcome Juliet's big sister, Mariette Jin. She's the owner and founder of M Eco Fabrics, who started her business weaving organic thread made from the fibers of banana and raffia palm trees, and even pineapple plants. In 2019, Mariette, alongside another fellow Seychelloise, were the only 2 chosen Seychelles entrepreneurs amongst 1,000 Africans to receive a $5,000 grant from the Tony Alumni Foundation. This grant helped her realize her dream business. And last but not least, I think somebody we've seen on the television quite recently as well. She's joining us from Prale. Ushna John Nabos, ne Zoe, better known as Ushna. She's a proud owner and fashion designer under her brand OJZ Seychelles. She's also a dedicated teacher at the Prale Secondary School in the field of technology and enterprise. OJZ Seychelles specializes in crafting jewelry, clothing accessories, tailoring, and upholstery. Her prior experience in local shows paved the way for her remarkable appearances at New York Fashion Week, and the most recent being earlier this year with a collection under the name I'm Rivet. Ushna is immensely proud to be the first Seychelles fashion designer to grace the runway at New York Fashion Week and to be featured in Elle and Glamour magazine. As she quotes, "With faith, nothing is impossible." So yet again, I will hop on with rounds of applause because we are encouraging our beautiful women with us today. So to kick off, I would like to ask Minister Vidot to perhaps give us an overview of what is the landscape of entrepreneurs, women, what difficulties they're facing, please.
The others are not here yet.
representative of the Office of the United Nations Resident Coordinator and the United Nations Population Fund, members of the National Assembly, distinguished guests, beautiful ladies of the Seychelles, gentlemen. Today is our day, but we do need you. You're doing all of the work for us today, so good morning to you. Minister Zialo, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning on a subject that is very close to my heart and that is a topic of many important conversations around the world, but I think which still needs a lot of attention and intervention. I think we can all agree on that. So as Juliet has requested to get into it, let's just let's do a small reflection of what the business landscape looks like in the Seychelles currently. It is true that there are equal opportunities for men as there are for women to grow in business in the Seychelles currently. There are no regulatory or social barriers for women to start a business or to gain access to finance. Nonetheless, the fact remains that, unfortunately, some of the largest and possibly some of the most successful businesses in Seychelles are owned and led by men. And Minister Zialo this morning rightly pointed out, the business landscape in Seychelles unfortunately favors the male population. And does this mean that women cannot grow in business? I believe that the barriers to women in business are in existence, and we just have to be more attentive, and we need to focus our efforts on addressing them. And I think it begins with this. I think as women, we carry a mental load. It's an invisible burden. It's heavy. It's heavier than the men that have to carry. And we can have a chat afterwards. I'm all ears. But I say it to be the case, and I think a lot of women will resonate with what I have to say this morning. For instance, a woman cannot decide on the next steps of expanding her business without considering, firstly, the impact that it will have on her family. Although I'm not in business currently, but as a woman in a leadership position, I feel the mental load sometimes a bit too often. It is, as I said, an unspoken feeling, sometimes feeling of guilt. And that just comes with the responsibility of being the head of a household, of being. I was in Turkey, well, pronounced as Turkey nowadays. I was very pleased to learn about that. And I'd like to reiterate what I said then, today. As women, we represent a beacon of love, safety, and security for our family. But could it well be that the inherent qualities that make us what we are, the strong women that we are, being caring, being thoughtful, generous, are the very factors that are actually hindering our progress? Surely, ladies, these positive qualities ought to be regarded as our strengths, not our weaknesses. Yet, these are some of the factors that contribute to the hurdles that are preventing us to take risks and to push forward in many aspects. We are not necessarily risk averse. I guarantee that we have a lot of brave women in this room, no doubt. But because of the social circumstances or other responsibilities, Minister Zialo has touched upon this morning, we tend to place a lot more emphasis on what is going on around us first before we actually take the plunge. We think of others before we think of ourselves. It's in our nature. A lot of us have been brought up. I personally have been brought up to think of others before I think of myself. And I think this is what sets us apart from the men. I think that in today's world, the men have more freedom to take the plunge in business because society allows them to. It's easier for them. Society would be more tolerant towards a man who decides to move 300 miles away to start a new business. But they would be less forgiving to a woman who decides to take this decision. So as much as we think and we believe that men are equal to men, I know and I feel that there is still an underlying perception, and we've talked about this. There's an underlying perception of inequality that persists and, of course, will take generations to change. And why we're here today, we're here to change this. I can explain further. Sometimes I like to bring in my own experience just to be able to relate more to what I'm trying to say. So in this role, whenever I come across people who care about me, I like to think, they always like to ask. Well, the first question is, well, how are you coping? How are you doing? Knowing that there, obviously, with the responsibility comes long hours and sometimes, very often, trips overseas, leaving the family behind. So the first question is, how are you coping? How are you doing? And very quickly, the follow-up question is, how are the kids? How are you coping with the kids? Who is taking care of the kids? And the response is normally, well, my husband. And immediately they tell me, oh, they congratulate him. What a wonderful husband you have. And I'm there thinking, well, thank you very much. He is a wonderful husband. I'm not going to lie about that. But on the other hand, my husband, who's in business and who previously, when we had our first child, he used to work long hours as well. And I asked him, ladies, I asked him this question. I said, does anybody ask you who's taking care of your? So, I mean, well, he told me that lately they have been asking, and that's because they can see that, now they can visually see that I'm not at home and I'm not present. So now everyone is worried. But anyway, I believe that in order to support the emancipation of women in business and in any leadership position for that matter, the right conditions need to exist. I think it's time for us to stop looking at the obvious answers and tackle the underlying problem. I mean, let's look at the statistics. How many women in business have families? How many are single mothers? Let's look at whether they are equipped with the right skills, whether they have the right mindset. And we have to look at the society as well, whether they have a society that supports them, that supports their growth. And in addition to financial schemes, which I think is very important to have tailored schemes to give us that, not a handicap because the men are already ahead of us, so to give us that boost, these are very important, but I think more attention and resources need to be given to support programs, capacity building programs, in order to help us women deal with this mental load, to deal with the guilt, to deal with the ability, the mental capacity for us to be able to give that right balance between having a family, doing business, and not to feel guilty about it. It's within our right. And we need that support. Reliable childcare programs so that our children can be kept safe, secure, when we have to put in the extra hours in business, at work. What about support programs for couples even, to teach or to educate, to bring the men on board so that they understand and they realize our values and our importance? Because society already favors them. They don't have to. They don't have to fight for their right to be heard. So we need more of these. We need to also invest in programs that will educate societies. And I'm referring to all demographics. So from different classes, from the young ones to the young adults and all the way through to the elderly. So these are just a couple of suggestions, and I'm sure the panel will deliberate on it further. But what we have to understand is that, like Minister Zialo said this morning, there needs to be a whole ecosystem that needs to be founded, that needs to be formulated, and investment needs to be made in this regard, and investment needs to be substantial, and it needs to be long-term. It cannot be a 12-month program. It can't be a 24-month program. It's got to be something that is ingrained within the structure of how governments operate, how governments function. It needs to be something which is given importance at even in the international level. It's got to be a global movement. We have to make this happen. But what can we do for ourselves in the meantime? So, Minister Zialo, in your message for Women's Day last week, and Mrs. Singh, this is why I was absent. I was actually on a ferry to La Digue, and ladies, it's very dangerous to leave a lady with for 1.5 hours, idle for 1.5 hours. It can be dangerous. We think of many things. But I sat with the newspaper and I was reading your message. And she said, ladies, we need to invest in ourselves. And I was thinking, what is she on about again? This one. And I reflected on it, and then I realized that it made perfect sense. As women, we understand our needs more than men do, don't we? So why are we relying on the men? Why are we relying on the world for solutions? Are we not best placed to bring tailored solutions that will benefit us, as we know the hardships firsthand? Don't we? We live and breathe the hardships. Hell, we survive the hardships. So I completely agree with you, Minister Zialo. We need to invest in ourselves. And one care can be provided after hours. And this can be a business opportunity for us. And be innovative. Differentiate yourselves from the other businesses. It's something that will help our sisters who are in business, but it will earn you that revenue at the end of the day, and I'm sure you will do phenomenally on that. Another example, after school classes, to teach our students, to teach our youth life skills, so that the women in business, when they get home, then they have less of a hard time to deal with parenting, because already they are being groomed, they are being, there's your sister who's actually teaching them and giving them the care whilst you're not around. Advertising is a big determinant of success. Where are our ladies, the talented ones? We have one sitting on the couch there in media. What can we do? Let's move ahead with innovation, apps, and let it be targeted. Let it be focused on addressing the women that need it the most. So we do not want to discriminate against the men, but let's make it targeted. I mean, in business, you have to know your clients. So what you do is you cater your business model to make sure that you're hitting that target market. And at the end of the day, you're also helping out a sister who just needs the help, to put her business out there and to bring it to that next level. Let's talk about dinner. We all have this chore. I think this mostly falls on the ladies as well. Let's talk about providing affordable meals on the go, healthy, tasty meals to our hardworking ladies who do not have to worry about getting home and having to cook. Or even the service of a private chef. I come in, I would love to do that, by the way, because I love cooking. I come in, 2 hours, I prepare your dinner whilst you're still out or you're helping your child with the homework, and then I leave. And then you pay me, and then you get your dinner. Your dinner is cooked, freshly cooked dinner. So, I mean, these are just some of the ideas that I was thinking about. How do we build that ecosystem, but then also use these services as a business venture, as an entrepreneurial venture? The idea is to offer service to a sister in business and make money out of that. And we grow together, ladies. So one step at a time, we need to invest in ourselves. Another way of investing ourselves, I did a lot of reflection, Minister Zialo. And I think changing this perception as well comes with investing with how we raise our kids. So it starts from within our homes, the way that we raise our boys, the way that we educate our nephews. It's all within our power. We have the power. We have the influence. So let's just use that. Let's change the world one family at a time. Investing in ourselves. This afternoon we're going to have a session with the Ministry of Health. I think, to be a successful entrepreneur is about setting yourself ahead and trying to be the best. And you cannot be successful if you're doing everything the same way that everybody else is doing it. How do you be the best? How can you be the best? You have to differentiate yourselves from your competitors. And to be a successful entrepreneur, you need to have that passion. You need to be bold, you need to be audacious, you need to have that thirst, that drive, you need to want to go after it. And I think we need to spend more time, invest more time in building our confidence, and that will come with, obviously, pampering ourselves, giving ourselves the freedom and the luxury to say, I deserve this, I deserve the massage today, I deserve the pampering today, I deserve the manicure. I have to get one. This is how you will develop the passion, because you'll be able to value yourself, take pride in yourself, in your assets, and in your possessions. And this is how you'll be able to set yourself aside and apart from your competitors. You think with your heart and not with your head. You cannot be the best if you are like the rest. So I wrote that down as a small quote. And I think we all have the qualities to succeed. We just need the right environment. Ladies, we need to come together. I do not see any other way. You have, as well as a successful entrepreneur, I think you need to be ready to realize that, yes, there will be failures, of course. But the important thing is that you rise above the failures. I'm being told that I'm a bit short of time. I'm going to wrap up very quickly. So at the end of the day, women empowerment and women in business means financial independence. Can you imagine what the women billionaires would be doing to this country? Financial independence, ladies and gentlemen, will mean that we can take over the world, and I say, one lipstick at a time. Thank you.
Mr. Vidot. Just to kick off, obviously you shared very valuable discussion points, which I'm sure our fellow panelists will be engaging with. But also I'd like to add on that, obviously for you to invest in yourself, there's a lot of doubt that comes with it. And one of the quotes that actually I encountered was, the best way to beat self-doubt is by taking the first step. So what's one small thing you can do today? And that kind of feeds into the question I would like to ask my beautiful panelists. Perhaps we start with our Poirinois. In your journey leading up to, obviously, your successful business in the fashion industry, what were the hurdles you kind of faced? What were the things that worked? What didn't work? And how did you, at that point, invest in yourself? And that has led to your progression, please.
Thank you for your question. Good morning, all beautiful women. Yes, I'm Ushna John from Prale. I'm a fashion designer, proud owner of OJZ Seychelles. And I'm also a fashion design teacher. I'm teaching at Prale Secondary School. And I'm also I'm the CEO of Woman Empowerment Fashion with a Purpose, that I will come later to it. So we have exciting news for Seychelles this coming year. Yes, your question was the hurdles. Yes, I had a lot of hurdles along the way before gaining success for my fashion week. Even starting up my own business, it wasn't easy. When I completed my studies as a fashion designer, financially I was not able, so I find myself in teaching. I was even like homeless because I didn't have my parents. So I found the strength to continue because I want to be someone. And that's the spirit that keeps moving me forward. And I was grateful. Around that time, I was still, when I completed my studies, I was at the youth hostel. And I had Mr. The person who was in charge of youth hostel, he agreed for me to stay there. A new life, and maybe one day I will start my business, but it wasn't the case. There were other things that came along with. I had a child, and then life has its ways. I was a victim of domestic violence. That's when I rise up and I said, if I need to get out there, if I need to come out, I need to have a better salary. As being a a supply teacher was not giving me much. So to become more financially independent, I had to resign from duty to go to school because I was not released. I was not given a release to be at site, but it was unfortunate that I couldn't get a release. But when I resigned and I went to school, my colleagues, they got released, and I had to resign, and I was given an allowance for 3 years. And sorry, for 2 years, because the last year they reviewed and said there's lots of students who is mature students, so 1,800 was not enough. So they reviewed on that. That was a great help. But again, when I graduated, that was my way out now. I said, now I will have more money and I can come out from my domestic violence. So I asked for a transfer to teach at the Prowler Secondary School. So I knew if I would get a transfer, I would get a house. Then from there, life again, has its way. You get something, but always there's something, another challenge that comes with it. Because I was married and I said, why not? Give it another chance. Then the second baby came. That's when just after 9 days, my baby passed away. I was given a wake-up call that day, and I was like, life is too short. Life is too short. If a baby that just born is no longer here, life is too short. So next year, I will be 30 years old. Ushna, what are you doing with your life? You have a great talent. Yeah, Ushna, what are you doing with your life? You have a great talent. Your dream was to have your own fashion design business. And what are you doing? That's when I said, I'm going to register my business. It wasn't easy again to register my business. I was like, where am I going to get the money? But then I said, to register a business is 100 rupee. I opened my purse, I had 100 rupee. I took that 100 rupee, I went to town, I registered my business. I had no sewing machine, I had nothing. I waited for the end of my salary, at the end of the month, when my salary was in, I started buying small things for me to start. And that's when I heard that ASA, the small business agency ASA, was giving seed capital grant. So I applied. They were giving 50,000 Seychelles rupees. That's when I applied, and I was qualified, and I was given 50,000 Seychelles rupees. And they told me that we've seen that you are a innovative designer. We've seen your work. You are more into sustainability. So we want to see more of this. So we're giving you this. So now, I was very happy. I was jumping up and down. I got 50,000. Let me see what I can do. 2 months, COVID strike. Oh no. That's when I was like, now what I'm going to do. With COVID, I was planning to travel and buy some material, which I would get cheaper, but now I have to buy it in Seychelles, which is triple the price. So now 50,000 was like only 5,000, 10,000 for me, because it wasn't enough. But again, sometimes you have to take risk. You have to take the challenges that comes along your way. You want to make it there, you need to put all the effort. That's when I started seeing fashion weeks and all. So I said, let's start in fashion weeks. I've participated in a few fashion weeks in Seychelles. And I even went to Dubai, I even went to Accra Fashion Week. And then I was like, that's not enough for me. Because for me, the dream is Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton. So I want to reach there. So if I'm going to stay in Seychelles, just here in African region, I'm not making it there. So I was nominated, that was 2 years ago, I was nominated by the World Fashion Exhibition to exhibit in Beverly Hills. I was very much happy I'm going to Beverly Hills. And then all of a sudden they were like, we're postponing the event. Oh, and now I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm already in the vibe of going to America. So I'm not letting that vibe go down. And I was like, how can I get there? So let me do something. Take a loan. Yeah. I went to the bank. I took a loan. And that's how I went to New York. But again, it was not only just the loan that helped me to get to New York. I remember when because I have to go to Mauritius to do my visa. And the loan was not approved. And they've already given me the appointment and I was like, how am I going to do that? And that's when this amazing woman came in. Her name is Juliet. She is here. Thank you so much. She stepped in. She made it possible for me to be in New York. She is the one who made it possible for me. If I didn't have the visa, I wouldn't be going to New York on time for my fashion week. And why I mention her name today is because we need more women to uplift women. And she's an example. And then along the way, I had other women as well. I want to take this opportunity today to talk about these women because it's Women Empowerment, Women's Day, and it won't be nice. I don't complete my speech without talking about them. I had even, she's also a Seychellois, but she's in New York. She's doing success. She's in the film production company. She owns her own film production company. Her name is Sophia Debon. And she was there. She was the one who filmed my entire show in New York when I went for the first time in September. And she and her friend Zora, she's not a Seychellois, but they worked together, and they were there to help me with this. And as well as I had other women who accommodated me there. They are also women. And again, I had, also when I started my journey in fashion design, I also had a fashion designer in Seychelles. Her name is Joanna. She also helped me through. And also this time in February, planning to go to New York was not really in my plan, but somehow I got like a push. There was a photographer, an artist that I collaborated with, who kind of also gave me a push to create this design. So this time I was like, okay, if I will be going to New York, I want to do something original, something that you don't see. So we produce our own fabric. We got a company overseas to produce our own fabric, and then I made the designs. We took it to New York. But before reaching New York, there was a lot of hurdles. Again, all through, I would say, there's a lot of hurdles. This time, all my sponsors dropped down on me. Literally all of them, they dropped down on me last minute. And again, there's this amazing, beautiful soul. She's an angel now. Rest in peace. She's the one who made it possible for the second time for me to be in New York. And her name is Joan Barbie. And she told me, not because you went once, that doesn't mean you will not go again. I will make it possible for you. She helped me through, and I went there. And when I reached there, I was supposed to have a sponsor who was supposed to sponsor my hotel. Upon reaching there, my sponsor messaged me and said, I won't be able to pay your hotel. And I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? That's when I was like, Lord, are you really doing this right now to me? I'm here and I don't know what's going to happen the last 3 days, where I'm going to live. And while walking through the Times Square street, I saw St. Mary's Church. I'm a Baha'i, but God is one. That's the only quiet place I could find. I went in the church and I said, God, if all these hurdles and difficulties I'm going through is my way going up, I'm taking it. Madonna didn't make it there easily. Coco Chanel was an orphan like me. She didn't make it there easily. If this is my path, I'm taking it. And I even conditioned myself, and I said that until the day of my show, I have a place to stay. But after that, I don't have a place to stay. If worse comes to worse, I'm taking my suitcase, I'm going to the subway. I'm going to sit there for 3 days.
Thank you, Oshana.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing your inspirational journey. I think we all can take a lot from that, and obviously having faith, taking risk. And I'd like to throw it, obviously, if we're in the fashion industry, to our very own, I think she has a mic, yeah. So she's creating fabric, which is very innovative and new. So do you want to tell us a bit of your journey, the risks that you took, the steps that you have taken, and how it's all been?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for the invite. It's a pleasure being amongst so many women that are leading nowadays. So basically, my journey started with me trying to find my own passion. So a lot of people, they are passionate about dancing, passionate about art, passionate about a lot of things. Me, I just wanted to find what my own passion in terms of what would I want to be, what kind of difference would I want to make. So I ended up being a jack of all trades, I might say. I started in environmental science. I was working for 5 years on North Island at SIF. Then I decided to continue with my studies to go to University of Seychelles, because as a young woman just starting to work, your voice is not heard very well, especially if you're among a lot of men. And it was important to get a degree. So I got a degree, did my BSc, and throughout all of these process, I also had other passion. I loved dancing. I also loved fashion. I had the opportunity to wear one of the designs of Miss Ushna, even Miss Joanna, who's also here. And I was left with various passion. I was supposed to find one passion, and I ended up having various passion. And I had to decide which one to pick. And I didn't want to pick one. I wanted to do everything. So why pick one when you can do everything, because you only have one life? We only have one life. So during that process, I had the opportunity to go for the Tony Lumilu Foundation program. I was encouraged to participate and to register. They were looking for Sishawa entrepreneurs that would be interested in taking the course. So it was a six months course, online course, and you had to be very rigorous about it, do your assignments and everything. And yes, it was very tough because I did not have a business background. I was more of an environmental science, and I wanted to make more of a difference because I noticed that there was a lot of advocacy in environment. There was a lot of various policies, various aspects, but it was very difficult for people working in the different institutions to actually make the difference that they wanted to make. So I'm like, okay, why not try being an entrepreneur? So through that, fast forward, I managed to get the grant from Tony Rumido. I even got the chance to go to Nigeria. They had a huge conference, and it was a huge cultural shock for me as well. Coming from Seychelles, we are so small, and the competition, the level of competition there was super, super high. It was mostly high amongst men, actually, as well. And I managed to network with different people and see the different challenges they had. But fast forward, when it was time to, okay, we had the grant, it was time to start the business, do the business, and my business was called M Eco Fabrics. I wanted to make fabric from scratch, from the resources that we do have. We keep saying that Seychelles is small, we don't have a lot of resources, but I think we do have a lot of resources. We just have to think of other ways of doing it. So I'm like, okay, what's the most easily accessible fiber? Banana fiber. There are other people around the world doing that as well. And I wanted to explore various other fibers as well, but I wanted to start with something that was readily accessible. And then COVID happened. So COVID happened. I couldn't bring the equipment. So I'm like, okay, we have that money here. What do we do? If I don't use it now, it's going to be gone. So that's when I boldly approached SIT and the director of SIT for me to see if we could work together and make use of that money and build that machine from scratch, because I really wanted the machine. And we built it from scratch, and it's operating. Then from there, I did my MSc. I had an opportunity to get a scholarship as well from Ministry of Environment to follow my MSc course in Marine Science and Sustainability. And I was more of a terrestrial scientist or terrestrial environmentalist than a marine one. For me, it was like I was having difficulty finding a job after my BSc, especially within the COVID, because it was very difficult. Nobody was working, and there was a lot of newly produced students that are also working in the same area. So to me, I'm like, okay, since I'm not able to get a job, then why not be my own boss? I already have the course, I already have the business idea, it's just about implementing it. So fast forward through that, I've gone through many different challenges. So the business itself, I remember when we were drafting the business plan, we were advised to make sure that we have our research and development time frame and to basically have a 10-year plan. So I was like, okay, my first 5 years is going to be research and development, of which that 5th year was last year. And then I can start producing and selling. And from my different studies and experiences and interactions with other people as well, and in the world of fashion as well, we have, I say we because it's not just me, I'm collaborating with other people. So we've done, we finally have products from invasive species that we've created bags. We've also managed to process a banana fiber. I've had the opportunity to collaborate with various people and scientists as well with regards to the blue economy, where we are we are actually doing it, producing bioplastic from seaweed. So just yesterday I was in the labs trying to get the recipe right.
Wow, so we have someone in science now, so that's very encouraging. Throwing it back to your sister, just very briefly tell us what were the challenges going in, obviously journalism and obviously producing something that is so culturally, you know, appreciated in our country. How was that for you?
Good morning, my name is Julia Dean. I'm 30 years old. Previously, for the past 10 years, since the age of 18 until 30, I was a journalist. So I worked my way up. During the year of 2014 to 2017, I got the opportunity to study international business at the UNICE, but unfortunately there were only 3 students, and one pulled out, one wasn't accepted by the University of London, and I was the only one selected. So Dr. Valentin at the time, who was the dean of the faculty, he called me and told me if I wanted to change my course of study to business administration. I said, okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. I didn't have a car, but I got there in 10 minutes. So after that, I did my studies. I graduated with a business administration degree in international business. After that, I went back to SBC because when I stopped, I took a sabbatical leave. So after working, media is a very hectic job. Sometimes I could go to work at 8 and leave work at 9 p.m. So after a while, I stopped. It was 2020, just right after the election of the recent election. So then I asked myself, what do I want to do? When I was 14 years old, during my childhood, I was an altar girl at Auditorium Parish Church. So after cleaning up the church, we will do something. So Mrs. May Gabrielle taught me how to weave with nylon strip. So when I took the art home, my grandma taught me how to weave with vacua leaves. So when I stopped during that period of December 2020 to March 2021, that's what I did. I saw my vacua bag from when I was 18, and at the time when I stopped working, I was 27 years old. That bag was still strong and was still usable. And for me, when I look at the business opportunities, will I go for tourism? Will I go for restaurant? Or will I go for opening a shop? But I didn't want to be like everybody else, because at a certain point, it will become saturated. So I want something that will last, something that is mine. So I came up with the brand, Blue Fire Lady. I had the design myself. I got a graphic designer to have an eye design with a diamond. So he did something else, and I said, no, I want the eye and the diamond. The diamond is for strength, and the eye is for vision. So after that, I started braiding. I go into the trees, climb up the ladder, cut them off, and then remove the pins. Then we have to dry it on corrugated iron. After that, you need to take a knife and make it flat and braid it. So when I talk to the other elderlies, they can do about 25 knots in a day. And I was taking 7 days to make one bag. And they told me, my child, you're not gonna eat. And I said, okay, I'm gonna persist. But at that time, I was still working. So I got an offer to go to Telececil, and I took the money that I made to invest in the business. So I went to register my business. After that, I had the brand deed. And when Aujourd'hui Dimanche, the first magazine that came out, I think in 2021, they featured me in it. So I started getting more clients. Most of my friends were my clients. So it was the word of mouth that got me the business. So it kept growing, but as I worked, work became more stressful. In 2021, I sold some bags, I made some money. But in 2022, I started doing court reporting. So most of the time, I was back to going home late. I was tired, I was stressed. So when I turned 30 last year, I told myself, what do I want for the next 10 years of my life? So for the past 10 years, I've been a journalist. For the next 10 years, I want to be an entrepreneur. So I started making more bags, but in order to make money, because I was slow, I had to invest into another business, which is media, called Musfe Service Media. And for that, I made some money, and while it was my right hand feeding my left hand. So I kept on going like that. And when people ask me for a bag, they want a beach bag. And I say, I don't do big beach bags. You can get them somewhere else, or I can make something for you. And most of them wanted something customized. So I made customized bags. I got Mr. Nigel Henry. He wanted a bag made out of vacua with a pocket. And he told me, can you do it? I said, let me make a plan. And I did it. I made a plan, and I did his bag, and he was very happy. So from that, I told myself, let's differentiate from what the others are doing. Definitely, I cannot do what the elders are doing. They can make 25 a day, and I will never make 25 in a day unless I'm doing it faster. So I started making customized bags, and I went into making jewelry. It just fell off. So earrings, I make a bracelet, I make bags like woman's purse, and I also started making woman's clutch out of vacua. It's a bit of hard work, but now when you ask me about the hurdles, climate change is the hurdles. Because, for example, I can dry the leaves. This is supposed to be the sunny season, but we are having rain. 1 minute, I can put the leaves out to dry, and in the next 20 minutes, the rain is coming. On Sunday, I was on my way to church. I had a stock outside, drying. At the moment I reached the shop, around 3 minutes down, it started raining, and I said, my stock or the church? So I went back home, I picked it up. I couldn't call the house. Everybody was still sleeping. So am I gonna lose the stock? I'm gonna lose money. So I went back home. I collected everything. When the sun came back, I dried it off. And then looking forward, I asked myself, how am I gonna grow the business? So vacua is becoming a bit rare. So I get some at home, but at some point I need to leave the tree some time to recuperate. So I buy it from someone else. But I want a factory. I want a piece of land so I can grow it. So I made my demand through the agricultural department, and I'm going through the process. And if that doesn't push through, I'm ready to invest, buy a piece of land, and get the job done.
Thank you. Yeah, round of applause. And I think if we are going with the spirit, a lot of people in the room will be able to help and support you. I'll just throw it to Minister Devika after hearing all of the inspirational stories and the hurdles and the challenges. Is there anything you want to say to, obviously, our panelists, people listening in the audience? What do you have to say in terms of the ministry's vision for the young entrepreneurs?
Thank you, Juliette. I think what I'd like to say in the message, Juliette has, no, you are Juliette. Sorry, I've been calling you Juliette since this morning. Sorry about that. So Juliette has mentioned that she did not want, can everybody hear me? She does not want to be like everyone else. You can hear me. And I think that's a key message that I'd like for the ladies to go home with today. You do not have to be like the rest. Actually, strive to be different. This is what will make you to be a successful entrepreneur. Do not strive to do what the competitors are doing, because they are not you. And use your passion and mold that into and integrate that within your business. Your values are different to the values of each and every one of us. So how do we instill these values into business? And this is what will set you apart. So my message is to be bold, be different, keep the fighting spirit, do not be afraid to stand out. In fact, make it the priority to stand out. And yes, the sky is the limit, and as much as possible, we have the government has we have a support structure. Of course, resource is limited. Juliette needs land, and we are a very small country with a limited amount of resources, and land is a very scarce resource. But there must be, and we need to come together to come up with innovative ways of providing that access. So perhaps partnership with a farmer who has land already. Maybe 25% of their land could be turned into a plantation for vacua. And so you do not need a lease on your own, but you can be in partnership with somebody who already has land, has the lease. So I think there are solutions that we can work through, but we need to come together, and we're always there to support. My door is always open, and through the Enterprise Seychelles Agency as well, we're here to support. We actually want to see the growth in business. So by all means, I welcome especially the ladies. I keep turning around to look at the men. And we have a gentleman here, P.S. We love the men, we do, but today's for the ladies, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. A round of applause for everyone. Unfortunately, we have reached the end of it. It was quite short, but I mean, I feel like we can take a lot of inspiration from our amazing panelists and obviously inspiration from our minister as well, encouraging us and giving us a lot of advice, risk-taking, having faith. I hope that there will be more sessions for women entrepreneurs organized where you can have roundtable talks and exchanges a bit more. I think that is what is lacking. And just creating environments, enabling environments, not just financially, but emotionally, more focused on that, yes, soft skills that we need to really take over the world as women. So thank you, and a round of applause again for our panelists.
Thank you, everyone. I know it was a very interesting discussion and we don't want to stop, but at the same time, I know we need a short break right now. So I will invite all participants to join us outside on the steps for a souvenir photo, while I will ask the dignitaries to remain seated. You will all be escorted accordingly. So first, all the participants, and then the dignitaries will follow. The protocols will help you. And after you've taken your souvenir photo, I will invite you all to please view the exhibition outside. And once you've done that, you can help yourselves to some snacks, some refreshments. Thank you once again, and looking forward to other discussions later on. Thank you. Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make a start with our second panel of discussion for today. So this second panel, we will be discussing financial services for business women. So congratulations are in order for this segment's moderator. Let us welcome the Principal Secretary for Finance, Ms. Astrid Tamatav. Today marks her 4th day occupying this post. Ms. Tamatav is a certified chartered accountant with ACCA professional qualification, and she will be leading this discussion.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the First Lady. I think she will join us shortly. Okay. Good morning, Ms. Lydia Zigomo, the United Nations Population Fund Regional Director for East and Southern Africa. Good morning to Ms. Lisa Singh, who is a United Nations Resident Coordinator for Mauritius and Seychelles. Ministers, representatives of the Office of the United Nations Resident Coordinator and the United Nations Population Fund, members of the National Assembly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This segment, we will talk about the financial services for women in business. I think from the first panel discussion this morning, we have heard some of the challenges of the women they've encountered when seeking financial services for them to start and even grow their businesses. We hope with this segment presentation, we will be able to shed some light and identify some of the challenges that they are facing, or even what product can we as financial institutions provide these business women to grow. To help me, or to help us in this presentation, please welcome our members of panelists. And I think the Ministry of Family Affairs have done a very great job in choosing the panelists for this discussion. And first, I would like to send an apology for the Governor of Seychelles, who cannot be with us this morning. But however, we have the other members of the panelists. So first, let's welcome Ms. Lisa Lautoy, who is the CEO of the Enterprise Seychelles Agency. So the objective of ESSA is to implement policies and strategies of government relating to macro and small and medium enterprises, and to provide them with the necessary services and support. So she is occupying this post for a little over a year now. She has a postgraduate certificate in business law from the University of Demalt in Leicester, United Kingdom. And she also has a Bachelor of Art in Justice Studies from the Edith Cowan University in Australia. Ms. Lautoy has 14 years of work experience in the financial services sector, and she will be a very great asset in this morning discussion. Secondly, let me welcome Ms. Jovinila Rat. Ms. Jovinila Rat, she is the head of cards at ABSA Bank Seychelles. Boasting 19 years of experience in banking, the Africa brand ABSA is committed to finding local solutions to uniquely local challenges, and everything they do is focused on adding value. And this is very important to Seychelles women. To this end, ABSA offers the clients a range of retail, business, corporate and investment, and wealth management solutions. Ms. Rat is also a former board member of the Seychelles Pension Fund, and she's currently a board member of the Autism Seychelles Association. She holds a BA in International Business and Finance from the University of Manchester. Next, let me welcome Ms. Maureen Brioche. Ms. Maureen Brioche is the Chief Branch Officer at Nouveau Bank, a post she held for the past 12 years at Nouveau Bank. Nouveau Bank was founded in 1991 as a joint venture between Government of Seychelles and the Standard Chartered Bank. In order to provide a bank service uniquely designed to meet the needs of the people and the economy of Seychelles, over the course of the 30 years of operation, Nouveau Bank has grown from a single town center office to a multi-branch, multi-million-dollar business, able to meet the needs of customers, both small, large, and medium, at the same time retaining their focus on providing products and services tailor-made to Seychellois. She has over 20 years of work experience in the banking. Members of delegates, this is our panelists. So welcome to you all. So as we gather here today, it is important for us to acknowledge that gender diversity and its crucial aspect in the financial sector. Just this morning, with the testimonies of the ladies who were here, we've heard some of their challenges. Women want to grow their business. The appetite is there. What are we doing to support them? Women continue to face challenges in assessing financial services and achieving equal representation of women in business. So as we encourage this conversation, let us explore the current state of financial services in Seychelles. Let us identify the barriers they are facing, and let us discuss the potential solutions to promote inclusivity and empower women in finance. So this is our main goal of our discussion. So to start, let me ask the CEO of ESSA, in terms of financial product support coming from the government, please explain to us what are the different products available, what are the limitations maybe in terms of women accessing these financial products. Do you have the statistics in terms of women accessing the different products? Please enlighten us.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Tamata, for your question. So just to give a brief background on the financial support directly administered by ESSA, we have the seed capital grant, which I think one of the previous panelists benefited from. It is a grant, as mentioned, administered by ESSA, which provides the sum maximum of 200,000 rupees, which are available to all businesses. Actually, last year, we reviewed the policy to ensure that it catered for both startups and for micro businesses which have been in operation for more than 2 years, but still the turnover is below 2 million rupees. I would say still, regardless whether the criteria have been a bit more flexible, we have still seen this trend. For example, last year, we saw only 28 women who applied for the grant in comparison to 57 male who applied. And out of the 28, 13 of them were successful. Whereas previously in 2022, the statistics that we have, only 13 women applied for the grant, which again shows that, well, what we are trying to work on now at ESSA is to understand what is it that is causing the barrier and stopping the female entrepreneurs from applying. Is it the criteria itself? Is it the type of businesses that women are venturing into, or is it just maybe the lack of confidence of the female entrepreneurs to apply? But it is something that we are also trying to see, because as you will see, 57 male application versus 28 female application is a lot. So we are trying to understand what is it that is stopping the females from coming forward to apply. So directly from government, from ESSA, we have the seed capital grant. And then there are other financial schemes available through the BS. Maybe Ms. Fernandez can provide some more details on that, which are also available to businesses which they can apply.
Thank you, Ms. Lautoy. If maybe I can now look at a banking institution. So if I will ask Mrs. Buyosh, how do you think the banking institution can better cater for the financial needs of women entrepreneurs?
Good morning, everyone. Actually, thank you for the Ministry of Youth and Sports and Family Affairs. Actually, it's a great opportunity to be there to share my experience. When going back to the bank, actually, I'm talking about Novobank. We have quite a few products already there that are accessible to the public and to the women also. But based on my experience, women actually, they are not keen to go into project with high capital. They prefer to go into tailoring, like bakeries, some small investment. And actually what Novobank is doing right now, in collaboration with UNICE, we are going around and doing some financial awareness in regards to savings and startup of businesses. And this actually will help all the women out there to have an idea how to start a business and to go forward with high capital business investment. And this is going on. And also we have loans, it's available to everyone. There's no barrier. Actually, it's just a matter of self-commitment and also discipline. Because if you want to pursue, if you want to go further in life, we need to have that commitment in ourselves first, because we can level the stage. But in order for you to come on the stage, you need to have that discipline, you need to have that guts, you need to be bold, you need to take the risk, and that's what we need right now with women in Seychelles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buyosh. I think what she mentioned in terms of us women being more risk-averse compared to men, it's something which tend to be kind of true, but we'll need to maybe have a study for us to explore what are the factors which make us women take less risk compared to men. And this is something which is very important that you've mentioned, and we need to explore it further. Minister Devika this morning explained some of the main challenges as women face when being in businesses, and these include working women, women with children. So my next question will go to Ms. Rat from APSA. What are some of the business opportunities or incentive that banks, institutions provides to women when they are assessing finance? And I want to focus specifically in terms of when it has to do with loan repayments. Say, for example, a woman in business delivers a child and she needs to be on maternity leaves for 4 months, 3 months. She needs the time to spend with the babies. What is it there? Do you provide like a grace period, taking into account that mother will be on maternity leave, she will need more time, so less time in business, so the profit won't be that high? Do you consider these kind of things when providing financing to women?
Thank you. Again, thank you for the invite and extending the invite to ABSA. As you said earlier, we operate as an international bank, so ABSA operates in 10 markets and 10 mature markets. So we've been in Seychelles, despite we were as Barclays before, but still we had a banking presence. So one of our strategic objectives this year, across what we term as ARO, which is Africa Regional Office, is to look at how we incorporate women and youth within our current strategic propositions. So there are certain things that you've highlighted on where we need to incorporate and ensure that we can improve on the propositions that we have currently. So I think it was as well mentioned this morning that there are countries where Seychelles is fortunate enough where you would have the composition of the National Assembly on leading corporates. The corporate where I'm from, we have significant presence of ladies. Currently, I'm actually acting in the role of retail director in the absence of the appointment to be made quite imminently, but I've been acting for the past 5 months. But nonetheless, it means that we have women that are equipped enough to take those leading responsibilities and across the corporate environment. So you look at Cebu, you look at Cat Coco, you look at several leading companies, Seychelles and several others, where women take significant position and they can lead or provide inputs within those companies to make risk decisions, to make investment decisions. So however, in Africa, across other markets, it's not the same. So whilst we take this review or we look at our strategic revamp is to really look at what we can offer better. If it works for Kenya, not necessarily works for other markets. Those countries, Kenya, Seychelles, and Mauritius, the presence of ladies are quite more significant. But to answer your questions, we want to better what we offer. Currently, we offer one size fits all, if I could put it at that, for ladies and gents. But when we look at corporates, we don't look at the head of the corporate, we look at what the company can bring and what the company can deliver on, if we're to measure in terms of lending facilities that we want to extend. But to better this is look at, for example, sole traders. As you mentioned, there are ladies that will go maternity leave. We do offer grace for our current offerings, but things that we need to look beyond, for example, we consistently say Seychelles ladies live longer. Can we incorporate the life expectancy of ladies in terms of when we take loan repayment term? So rather than limit it to say 30 years, for example, as a home loan for one individual, but we know ladies significantly live longer. Can we incorporate this in our risk appetite? So these are the things that at this stage we want to relook at, we want to better, and we want to position it in a way that ladies significantly feel included. All right, so in a short answer, I would say what we offer currently is generic. There's no tailor-made towards ladies or gents. And secondly, but we do consider altering, we do provide deviation, we do consider sudden change in the company structure. We did provide a lot of contribution during COVID. Okay, we do provide holiday, repayment holidays that customers can actually benefit from. But in terms of revamping, this is currently what we're doing now. And I think it will significantly make a change in terms of not pioneering the change in our market, but other banks as well can partake in making those differences. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rat. I think in terms of the loan assessment criteria, as you mentioned, there are rooms for improvement to maybe include, we're not being gender biased, but to include the reality, and this will give women a head ahead when assessing financing. So we need to bring these elements as part of the loan assessment criteria. So for Ms. Fernandez, my next question to you will be in terms of DBS specifically, over the years, the products that has been offered. Do you think there has been any specific policies or programs as DBS want to rebrand its product or to make it more marketable, which aimed at empowering women in businesses? Was there any specific policies or programs?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invite, and I'm very pleased to be here to represent DBS. Actually, as you would all know, DBS only offers loans to the general public, but we do not have specific policies for women, but we do encourage women because there are certain SDGs that we have to abide to. But you tend to see that more of our lending is geared towards men. But when we do, sometimes when we relook at our lending procedures and all, we would offer a specific loans to women, but the turnout is very low, despite having put in place that we want to empower women specifically for them, but we don't really get that much of people. But however, in our portfolio right now, we have over 40% of loans that is was given out to the women sector.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. If I will come back to CEO of ESSA, in terms of financial literacy, empowering women in businesses already, like providing them support to prepare basic financial statement, in terms of developing a business plan, does ESSA currently provide this support for women?
Thank you again. Yes, we do. Actually, we provide it for all businesses, not only for women, but for all businesses. But it's one also of our strategic objectives for this year and for next year to emphasize more on the financial education and financial awareness, especially for startups and even for people who have been in operation for a number of years, but who are still struggling financially to be able to maintain their business. And this, comes at an opportune time now that we are talking specifically about women. But one other barriers which I say from experience being in office last year when you talk to the female entrepreneurs, despite we're saying the barriers such as financial access, maybe limitation to allocation of space, sadly, one of the biggest barriers is woman itself, the lack of support from other women, especially when they come up with new ideas. They tend to, what they have expressed is that sometimes your biggest opponent is not the male counterparts, but it's the female themselves. They will put you down, and the way that they will put you down, these entrepreneurs, they don't want to proceed further. You see from asking you the question, are you sure this is going to work? Who told you that this will work? Where are you going to get the finance? You're leaving your family behind. What is it that you're trying to do? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? So sometimes it's us women, rather than supporting our sisters, we are the ones who discourage them to proceed further. So whilst we are putting out the message that we need support from male counterparts, it's also very important to express the same message to other fellow women. We need to support each other. It's when we are as one that we will be able to overcome these barriers. Minister gave an example earlier. One of the panelists was expressing the issues of land access. Sometimes probably you will get help mostly from the men who will be more willing to assist a female entrepreneur rather than a woman entrepreneur willing to assist another woman entrepreneur. So it's something that we need to work really hard on. So despite Seychelles, we do go out and say, yes, women are equal to men, but sometimes it's women are not equal to other women. So I think this is one of the barriers that we need to break, and it's something that we really, really, really need to work on, especially now with the increase of use of the social media platforms. You see a lot of time women putting other women down, and it's something that we need to rethink about, relook about, and see how we need to overcome this.
Challenge ahead is there. But I think as women, we need to support each other, and there is hope. There is hope. I'm very hopeful that we will continue to groom the younger generation, and us who are still economically active in the society, for us to keep on empowering each other. My next question will go back to Ms. Fernandez. You know, we are operating in a global society, in a global community. The government can do so much to empower women in business, to empower young kids, and the government will not be able to do it all. We need the support from the community, from the private sector, and from all individuals. If we are trying to empower women at the time they want to join business, it might be a bit late. I think we need to go in the educational system a little bit earlier for the financial education. And banking institution, in my opinion, should play a pivotal role in assisting government in this journey. It will not just help the young ladies, young boys and girls in them being entrepreneur, but it will help them to manage even their household budget, to manage their pocket money, the money they get for schools on a daily basis. How do you think banking institution, financial institution can come in together to empower our youths from a very early age through the educational system, through various workshops, various conferences, to instill in them the financial literacy, the habit of saving, the habit of seeing the need of them coming in a business. And this can even go a little bit upper. You know, professional centers, the professional centers is there to mold young entrepreneurs, particularly from the School of Business, from the visual arts, particularly from the School of Technology. We want carpenters, we want future construction businesses. So we need to go in this institution to empower the youths. How do you think financial institution can play a more active role in that journey?
Okay. I believe this is something very good that we should all be doing. I would speak for DBS. We are actively involved with other all school and not the secondary school, but post-secondary. But it is on our action plan to go out there and meet with before they leave school, university, so that they know what are the products that we offer. So I guess for all financial institutions, we should really go to the school, and eventually this will be like an educational information for them, that even if they want to take a loan, they know what is it that they need to know and how to go about with taking a financing. So I believe if we all work together, it should be something that's workable.
I will open the next question for the members. For the members of the women present here today, because we have with us today the right people to answer some of the burning questions you may have, some burning challenges you are facing. And I think this is the right platform. If you have any question to ask, seek clarification, and we have very good panelists who can answer your question. So I will welcome anyone, young businesswoman in the room, who will want to ask the next question, if any. No one? Okay, we do have a question. If you could just stand up, say your name, where you're from, and then your question.
Good morning. I'm Anna Rose Caris. For today, I'm from Nekoyo, which is a local kids brand inspired by our culture. And what I wanted to ask is there anything being done to promote kid entrepreneur, which would then link to what you mentioned about raising financial awareness amongst kids and amongst girls? So because what I've noticed is, sorry, I had coffee. But what I notice is it's the legal barriers for kids to go into entrepreneurship. Obviously, it's real since they are not 18. But there are ways to promote it that would add certain values in them to cultivate that into learning about financial education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. If I may, I will just pass the mic to Minister Devika because I know the ministry is working on something in collaboration with Ministry of Education. So she'll be able to provide you with some explanations.
Minister Devika.
Thank you, Anna Rose. Thank you for your question. Okay, so at the ministry, we're working on our national entrepreneurship strategy, and that's basically a roadmap. We found that there's a lot to do in terms of building that entrepreneurial ecosystem in Seychelles. So upon taking office, this was one of the priorities for us. And so we worked through that, and we now have a document, and that's the roadmap that's going to guide, that's going to pave the way forward for us to basically take certain policy decisions, policy interventions, measures to help build that ecosystem. And one component of that was looking at how do we build entrepreneurial values from very young age. And we did some research, and we have some partner countries that we are affiliated with. And through their experience, we were able to devise a program. And it goes like this. So basically, initially, there was an idea to start teaching entrepreneurship in schools as a subject. But we quickly realized that that too would be, I mean, learning entrepreneurship would just be taken as learning another subject, learning biology or chemistry or mathematics. So we decided to look at it differently. What we're trying to do now is actually trying to build or instill skills within the educational systems to help the students build competitive skills, creative thinking skills, problem-solving skills, and embed that into the curriculum. And we're partnering with the Ministry of Education, first and foremost, and with the Ministry of Youth, because they have a lot of programs after school hours. And the idea is just basically how do we build, how do we get our students to, and how do we get our children to become, to ingrain in them, to instill in them values that would not help them as an entrepreneur, but that would also help them as a citizen. Because all of these values will help build responsibility, will help, will give them more, what's the term I can use? It gives them more of a sense of, well, they build leadership skills, of course, and will just make them better citizens at the end of the day. So we want to tackle it from that approach. So your basic financial education, that is very important. I'm not saying it's not. But how do we also approach the building of skills through other means? So it will be taught across all subjects, so you can learn entrepreneurial skills by learning geography, by learning science, and after school as well through the different programs that the Ministry of Youth, through the Seychelles National Youth Council, and we hope that we can get other partners to come on board, and eventually we hope to be able to have basically a group we want to reform our youth to get them to have all of these values. So I'm hopeful. We need to start somewhere, and so yes, let the journey begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. My next question would be to Ms. Rad from APSA. Does the bank currently have data in terms of, at gender level, if, for example, we want to make, to inform future policy measures or policy reforms in terms of how many women are getting loans, the value of the loans? Does the bank are keeping this kind of data?
Again, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, we look at an entity when, not from a borrowing from an entity sense, but some granular data can be looked at and provided. But however, when we look at an entity, irrespective who is, the beneficial owner, we tend to look at the composition of the, rather than the composition, look at the entity itself. But nonetheless, granular information can be looked at and provided. But I believe it was Ms. Fernandez mentioned it before, we tend to see there's more demand towards entity led by men. Whilst women, they tend to look at using their own funds. I don't say they don't take certain risks, but they tend to use their own funds. If they would invest, a great percentage would be towards using their own savings. They've saved for years, and then they would go and invest that. And rather than going a big bang, they would rather go different milestones, maybe start off with 2-bedroom chalets and move to 4, then move to 12. Rather than men would be more risk takers, and they would invest big bang. So again, it could be behavioral, it could be cultural as well, because they would tend to feel more secure investing that they can, should something happen, it's their own funds. Again, it's potentially part of the, as Minister Vidot mentioned, it's part of the shift that we want to happen. It needs to start earlier on. So if we want women to be more risk takers, it will be part of influencing future decisions towards giving them, enough baggage, enough knowledge for them to be able to, to eventually take a different perspective towards lending or borrowing, if I could put it at that.
Okay, we have another question from
Mariette.
From Mariette.
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon. We are in afternoon now, right? Good afternoon. So my question pertains to the loan criteria. So I myself, I believe that we women, as women, we do want to take bigger risk, but it's more of like calculated risk, I might say. And for me personally, I would say that I've attempted to get access to loan, but it has been a bit complicated because I do not necessarily meet the criteria. So what I would like to ask is what is currently being done to revise the criteria of entrepreneurs, not only women, getting access to these types of grants and fundings. For example, a few barriers would be for you to be, if for example I'm not at ABSA, and ABSA is promoting grants for entrepreneurs, I have to be able to be at ABSA for 3 years before I can access that grant. That's a barrier because at the moment maybe the bank I'm in does not offer the same service. And then there's also collateral as well. If a person does not have any collateral, does not have any land, does not have any saving, how do they access? Because now at the moment it's like for you to be able to get access to these loans, you need to already be a business in full operation or that's making some kind of money, and it becomes very difficult for you to earn and fund your own business.
If I may answer your question, attempt to answer your question. So I can speak from ABSA. Unfortunately, it's been the only bank I've worked for 19 years, as you mentioned earlier. So we are very highly segmented, and the same segment approach is reflected across all markets where we operate. So why we are segmented? Because we feel the need of customers are different across different segments. So in sole traders, partners would have their own offerings in terms of a generic solution provided to them, be it a lending, be it what we term as liability products, investment products, or as well as services that they would need to ensure that their business would operate efficiently. So when we consider larger enterprise or middle-sized enterprise, again, because the level of risk will be different, they are priced different. So we don't expect everyone to start a business and have collateral. And the pricing of it, because the risk on our side would be much higher, so the pricing would be different. So we do not have an approach where we say we will rather have you on book for 3 years before we can lend, speaking from an ABSA perspective, as I mentioned, but this different segment would have their own generic products. Sole trader partners, medium-sized enterprise, larger entities would have a different approaches or different products. But we can have a separate conversation just to, to discuss your current position, what it is that you'd like support with, be it an investment or be it in terms of from a lending perspective.
Thank you. Minister Jalor?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for the moderator, because the capacity as PS for finance. What about, because, this is the status quo. I'm disruptor here, so I disrupt the status quo. Yes, that's traditional. This is okay. When I was talking about building an ecosystem for ourselves, it's exploring other kinds of funding, like, for example, source funding. How would that go with Seychelles law? If a group of women tomorrow, I would say, come to Family House, we're going to start a little bank of our own that is women-friendly for the women, and we start crowdfunding. What would PS for Finance tell me?
Minister has put me on the hot spot now. But thank you for the question, Minister. I think these are things that we will need to explore further. I don't think it has ever been done. It's a new concept, and it needs to be explored further. It needs to be explored further, but I think as long as women have the risk appetite to go into financial institution, to set up financial institution, they have the clear objectives of the intent is clear, they have a clear action plan, they have the clear target audience, they have the right support financially for them to have the capital investment, for them to start up the financial institution. I think the central bank, as the regulator in this field, will certainly approve the business venture. Minister Devika will want to add.
Yes, thank you, Astrid. And I just wanted to take the opportunity whilst we have the key partners in this room with us, ladies. We've got support over here. Whilst they're with us in this room, it happens in other countries, but it's never happened here. And obviously, we need that helping hand to guide us. So this is my plea, perhaps, to our partners to support us. Maybe we'll have a deeper conversation around that. Also regarding our efforts to improve the entrepreneurial ecosystem in general. We have an action plan that we've already drafted out. We did that with the support of the United Nations with UNCTAD. We started off with UNCTAD as a partner, but then because of our high income status, we find that then we're left to our own devices. And unfortunately, with the lack of expertise and experience, it takes us longer to get things done. So this is my plea, and I'm taking this opportunity. I could not let this pass, for me to tell you that we need the support. We're here, and we're interested. We're interested, and we want that. This event today is one which marks the beginning of numerous programs that will benefit Seychelles, that will benefit us women, and the ultimate goal is to have more women enterprises, enterprises led by women, successful ones, large enterprises, where we can employ the men.
Excuse me, can I just disrupt the discussion? My apologies, PS. We will continue with this discussion, but we'll have to excuse our dignitaries as they have another engagement which they need to tend to. We've run out of time, so we will excuse them, but we will continue with the discussions here. Thank you for your presence.
PS? PS? May I? First, and then we will continue. I want to.
So they told the minister will be back in the afternoon for the remaining discussions, and some have decided to stay. So we can continue. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Rat will have one input to reply as a response to Minister Jallo's question, and then I will move to Ms. Fernandez and Ms. Brioche, who want to reply to a question from the audience.
Okay, so if I may, I think we already have several banks happening, informal banks. So I will not ask show of hands, but I think from the smiles we'll be able to know how many ladies in the room play seats on a monthly basis. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, taking advantage of all these amazing discussion and, you know, the fact that we have so many bankers here in a very non-traditional position, and even the PS, right? I just had a thinking, you know, in some areas, one of the challenges we have, having heard all of you, is building the appetite of girls at a very young age to become entrepreneurs, away from the traditional, you know, the line of having a tailoring shop or a bakery or small, you know, a little boutique or whatever, right? So how can we like bring a little bit of innovation? I'm asking you bankers, really, for the banks to really design a program that allows girls in school to be stagiaire, for example, or like a 1 month shadow the boss. You know, you guys are boss ladies, right? Shadow the boss. P.S. That goes for you also. You're boss lady, right? So how do we, because in the UN we have this. You know, we have this shadowing program. They come, it's not a big, we don't pay them, by the way. But you know, what it does is in their CV, it gives an amazing profile for them. That's one, but beyond that, the appetite, they see what they can do, you know? So I think it's just a thought I want to leave you with.
Thank you, Mrs. Singh. I think this is something which is very important.
Ladies in the room play seats on a monthly basis. There were some hands, and it's like a third.
We need to formalize.
We need to formalize. So one of the, ever since I started banking, that's been one of my ambition, is how do we formalize this? Because already it's kind of a, you're investing in one person, in kind of in a group, 12 of them most of the time, or sometimes it's 6, they play twice every June, then they restart in July. So how do we do it in such a way when there's rewards, when there's interest? And if we lend out, how do we then incorporate a certain rate? Because nothing comes for free. The value of money in the future is very different from value of money now. So the person that actually gets in January gets differently from the person that's getting June. So it's this kind of perception, this kind of understanding that I would like ladies to start thinking about. So I was brought up in a family when this was not one of the activities that they do. So it was not accepted. But we see there's still until now, there's a lot of different people that plays, some of them plays in 2 different groups. But how do we formalize? I think that would be the very beginning of creating a formal approach of what's being done. So we will not be moving away from it anytime soon, so why not formalize it?
Sure. Ms. Fernandez?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on the question that she asked earlier on. I would like the audience to know that DBS is mandated to assist startup businesses, and we would normally de-risk a project, and then eventually once you start, you get on your feet and then you move to your commercial bank. But it is also very important for us to know that when you take a loan, you have to show your commitment. Okay, so this is why we would normally ask for a personal contribution, we would ask for a security, because we're also taking a risk, we're using the money to lend out to you, and then we eventually have to pay back the money. So we have to ensure that the repayment plan that you have, we have scheduled for you is honored, because then when your other colleagues will come, they won't be able to access financing from us. And why do we ask for security? It's a guarantee because we have a lot of non-performing loans. If we do give out loans which are unsecured, we see that these loans are the ones that are not performing, okay? And you don't see the commitments from the people that would take the loans, a group of people. So the majority of them, they just think that it's free money and they don't want to pay. So this is why you have to ensure that you put your commitment, and it also proves to us as banker that you are committed to your business. Okay, so if you've saved your money, you have your personal contribution, you've given out your land as a security, you will make sure that your business is running. Okay, it's profitable. But once you're going 100% financing, most of the time you don't see the importance to keep the business going. So it's not my money, it's the government's money, it's the bank's money, so the business fails. So it is also important for us to have the commitment and understand from the banker's point of view, why do we ask for security? Why do we ask for personal contribution? It's true, the procedures are very lengthy. Why is it lengthy? Because we have rules and regulations in place that we also have to abide to. And if we don't, we are liable to pay if we are in breach of Anti-Money Laundering Act, or we're not going to, according to policies set by central banks or FIA and all. So this is why it's a bit lengthy, but if you come and you have a good business relationship with your banker, I mean, it should be all right. Okay, so feel free to come to DBS, you're a startup, and then we can de-risk the project, and then eventually you may grow and you can be assisted by a commercial bank. Right? Thank you.
Mrs. Buyosh, want to add further?
Yes, okay. In regards to your question earlier, on the perspective of Nouveau Bank, actually, yes, the bank, the commercial bank, we do have criteria, actually, that's in place in order for us to assess business, investment, loans, and everything. But also, the project needs to be clear, so the banks understand 100% the project, and in the event that you're having difficulties, let's say with collaterals or equity, equity meanings your contribution from your side, what we do now, since Nouveau Bank, we having a change culture actually, everything is changing, and we modernizing and everything pushing further. So we have one-to-one conversation with client. We assess your business. We try to see where we can assist, where we can fit in, and definitely, if all your paperwork it's in order, you have a very good project actually that will benefit the country, then we will, on case-to-case basis, we will look at it. Like I've given you my business card, so please do give me a call and we'll talk further. Thank you.
We have another question from Honorable Larry. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody present. Good afternoon, everybody present. I'm Nela. I'm a fisherwoman, and I'm the founder of Aquaman Supply, a very small business which do value-added product with the product that I normally cut. I have a question especially for DBS. As you know, micro and small businesses will struggle financially, and are there, and you're always asking us to take loans, take the risk, scale up, but are there any specific tool, resources, or strategies tailored especially for micro and small businesses like mine? Because I wanted to apply for the fish processing loans, but the criteria you're asking, it's too much, and I doesn't meet that criteria. So I'm checking if you have any tool or resources, especially for micro and small businesses. As most women in Seychelles, we own small and micro businesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, we do have schemes for small businesses, but it depends on which scheme you had applied. It depends on which schemes that you have applied with, and if it's a scheme under management, unfortunately the terms and conditions are set by the group of people that have given us the funding. But otherwise we do have other schemes that you can approach us, and it's a little bit more to your likings and should be able to help you, but it depends on the type of project and what is the quantum that you're requesting. So after the forum, if you would like to meet with me, and then we can have a further discussion and we'll see how we can assist you. Okay, thank you.
Honorable Larry.
Good afternoon, beautiful ladies. I have a question for the banks, in the sense, I don't think you can answer it as an employee. However, banks are made up of money collected from the community. So people save their money through banks, and people take loans, and the bank makes money. We all know that one of the biggest businesses that makes biggest profit margins in Seychelles are the banks. So in relation to supporting the local community and being innovative, maybe it's something that can be pushed internally, where banks can then allocate a certain amount of their profit to go back into the community to invest in startups and incubators, and it's an investment in the future, because these are the people who can later on be the earners to then put the money back into the banking system. So how are we looking in going in that direction? We don't have many banks, but they do make a huge profit margin here. Thank you.
That question? Thank you, Honorable Larry. I think this is a very, very valid question, and a valid thought for all the banks to think ahead. And I think even the government can start it as a scheme to encourage the bank to participate in this scheme, and which the money eventually will go out to help in empowering the young boys and girls, and it will be part of their giving back to the community. But Ms. Brioche want to come in.
Actually, the bank do get back to the community. Actually, we have lots of projects with the community. But for what you have said, actually, thank you for the very good question. I myself, I'm sitting on the executing leadership team at Nouveau Bank. Actually, I will take that question, and we will further discuss. Then we will get feedback in regards to that. This is a very good question. And we're talking about change. Actually, I can start with myself, and I'll try to do that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Ms. Gira.
Afternoon, everyone. For me, my question is about employment. We are saying that as women, we need to become more business-minded. But at the moment, we have some women who want to go into business. But also, like you were talking about risk takers, we don't want to take the full risk. So what we want is to have some sort of permanent job, and at the same time, for us to be able to do a business. Like in my case, I have a small business called Colorful Bliss. The only time I will get for me to be able to do my business is after working hours, which is really late, or weekends. And the amount of time needed for me to be able to produce my product takes more than the 2 full days that I have. So if we have legislations in the country with regards to employment, whereby it is flexible, I think that we will have more women venturing into business so that they can have that balance. We don't want a full risk, but we want to contribute in both worlds. But as it is now, if I'm in employment, I will have to seek permission from PSB. If they don't give me permission, I cannot venture into a business. And a lot of time what you see, people doing it under the ground, under the table, and then when you are caught, there are consequences for you to face. So it is a bit tight even for men, but especially for women who has families, they can help, but the way the legislation is, it is not helping us for us to be able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gira, for the sharing. I think Ms. Gira was referring mainly to as a public officer, because, you know, as a public officer, if you want to engage in a business, you need to seek the approval of the Public Service Bureau. And as public officers, we serve the public, and we need to be in office providing the service when the public is requesting for the service. I think this is one of the key criteria PSB use for approving and assessing the case. Because if for example, I want to open, let's say I want to open a consultancy firm, for example, and my job will require me to be in office from 8 to 4. Maybe consultancy, they might approve it because I can do consultancy work after 4. I can do it over the weekends. But if, for example, I want to open a takeaway, for example, it's more of a business that I need to be in that, unless I want to employ the personnel. But there will be instances where me as the owner, I will need to go out from my working hours to provide that service for my business. And it might interfere with my work. And as public officers, as I mentioned, we serve the public. And an excuse of I'm running my business for not providing the service to the public might be one of the challenge. But I take on board your suggestion, which is very valid, and I think we need to explore this a little bit further to make sure we have more of the flexibility. For example, there are some workplaces, for example, where I come from, Ministry of Finance, flexible working arrangement, it is available, it is there, but for not all job posts. For example, a driver, if I give you another example, a driver you need to drive. So for 8 to 4. So it will be impossible for a driver to have a business maybe during the 8 to 4 working hours. But if maybe he or she wants a car hire, for example, it might be possible. So it depends on the nature of the job and the arrangement within the institution. But we need to formalize it to make it across the board, not just individual ministries and departments, but maybe the Public Service Bureau need to have a standard which is across government to make it more accessible for people, for us to earn a second living.
What I'm talking about is, for the time being, employment, you have to work from 8 to 4. If we can change this, let's say somebody, because when we talk about flexible working arrangement, a lot of people believe it is only work from home. Flexible working arrangement, there's different types. So if in the law we can change, we have compressed hours, we can have like part-time. But at the moment, the Employment Act doesn't permit this. We have to work from 8 to 4. Let's say I want to work from 8 to 12 or 7 to 12. In the afternoon, then I can go and do something else. I will get extra. But as it is now, apart from what you say in PSB, I understand somebody will be putting more attention into the business. But what I'm talking about is the number of hours people need to be in full-time employment from 8 to 4. This is preventing our women into venturing into business. If this can be considered, I believe that there are a lot of people out there, even we have carers who are working half day. They have the other time for them to be able to do something else. So if we have this kind of working arrangement, I believe we'll have more women in business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kira. So we have our last question, because I think we have two more questions, okay?
So good afternoon, everybody. Ms. Fatma from NCC. My question is for Ms. Lautoy. You mentioned earlier that the stats with regards to individual accessing the seed grant was 21 for women and I think 50-something for men. What strategies do ESA has in place or wants to put in place to get more women to access, to embark on this journey of accessing the grants? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Like I've mentioned previously, what we are trying to do now, actually, we're trying to gather the data from 2022, 2023, and in this year's opening, so that we can better understand the trend and in which sector, for example, the applications from the female entrepreneurs that we are getting, and to understand what is it that it's creating them for not accessing the fund, the grant itself. Like I mentioned, is it the requirement? Because the grant, it comes with a set of requirements. Is it the requirements itself that is causing a barrier for female entrepreneurs to apply for the grant? Or is there other reason as to why they are not applying for the grant, and it's the male businesses led by males that are coming forward to apply. So it is a study that we will be doing end of this year, because the opening for the 2024 starts next month. So by the time we close in the mid-May, we will be in a better position to assess the number of applications we have received, and then start doing the assessment of what's causing the gap between male and female applicants.
Our last question from Mrs. Anista.
In fact, I'm asking a question on behalf of a participant. So I'm not doing a bit of PR. Yes. Coming from a background of farming, she wanted to know maybe why does it take a long time to get a loan disbursed from DBS. In terms of, I think DBS for farming, you work closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, obviously. So what are the plans to maybe strengthen the working relationship with the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that, when farmers ask for loan, the process can be shorter? Or, I don't know, what can be done to expedite, because it's farming, it has to do with food security. We all talk about food security. We all talk about producing our own food, but it seems that farming are still not getting maybe the importance that they need. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Just to clarify this, initially, yes, we had a lengthy procedure, but we are now working in close collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture. And the process, if I may briefly go through, is that an applicant will have to go to the Ministry, SAA, and do the application. They will do everything, fill in the form, and submit all the application. And it goes through a committee within the section itself, and it is then forwarded to DBS. So we would only do the due diligence and financial appraisal, and then disbursement. So basically it's SAA that would compile everything and bring it to us. So if there are any delays, it's out of our hand. But if it is with DBS, it would be with regards to documentation that are missing, or securities are not in order, or perhaps there are some missing items. But otherwise, we do try our best to ensure that once we get the application, we work on the loan request, and we would ensure that we get the approval or a decision within the time frame that we have. And again, for disbursement, it goes through the SAA. So they would be the one, the client would go to SAA and bring the forms, and they would endorse it and then send it to us. So maybe the delay comes through because it has to go through the ministry before it comes to us. So if there are any issues, we would not like to know about it, so the applicant can just come forward and let me know, and then we'll take that up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. I think as we conclude, I think it has been a very enriching discussion, which I think we've made it more interesting because we have opened the question to the audience compared to the traditional panelist discussion. I think we have engaged with you, and which is something very important. We need to move from status quo, and we've moved from a status quo. The key takeaways from this discussion, I think the banking institution, based on what we've heard this morning, there is a need for you to, as part of your strategy, to put women as a center point, as part of a key strategy. All of you've mentioned that your product is not gender related, it's generic. When you're looking at a business, you're looking at the business plan itself. But due to the challenges women face in businesses, there is that importance for a consideration. It can be small consideration, but there is a need for consideration for, particularly for women, to make women, when assessing loan, to have an advantage over men. There are works to be done, COSA, for us to make women become more risk-taker. And this needs to be embedded as part of even the educational system for us to empower our young women, not just women, but women and men, but today we're celebrating women. Because when we are empowering a woman who is a mother, she is also empowering her children. So we are empowering a community at the end of the day. There's also the need for maybe ESA to have a bank of product, like to have an information hub for all the different products that not just only ESA is offering. For example, government offer youth entrepreneurship, help them in the process rather than going different places or making them discouraging from the start. You can actually facilitate them and making them going to the right place. And this we need to have more maybe educational session with them. And the banks need to play from the discussion this morning a more pivotal role in providing support to the community. And Honorable Larry, your suggestion, I think, is a key takeaway for this morning discussion. And I think all the representatives from the banks will be taking that to the institution. And as government, we need to have maybe a scheme in place or fund to encourage them in this juncture. So on this note, I would like to encourage them in this juncture. So on this note, I would like to thank you all for your active participation and attention. Business entrepreneur network with the representative from the banks. They are here to help you, and they are here to help you grow your business and become more successful. I thank you all.
Thank you, PS, for that nice round-off. Now I will invite you all to lunch at the Seafront restaurant downstairs. So I will also remind you once again to seize the opportunity to view the exhibition outside at the lobby and purchase an item if possible, as much as possible. Let's support the women entrepreneurs. Thank you. Have a nice lunch. And we will be back in 1 hour. So I expect everyone to be back in at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch and ready for today's last panel discussion. And we will end with today's discussion with the topic investing in women's health. So the moderator for this afternoon has 30 years of experience as a radio producer and well known for her health programs aired both on TV and radio. I'm sure most of you know who I'm talking about. This is Miss Marie-Claude Ginieville, who will coordinate this session this afternoon. Thank you and good deliberations.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Okay, I don't really need to introduce myself because I think Myra has said it all. Well, I joined the media, just briefly, I joined the media in the early 80s, but after 15 years I left for a while because, you know, when kids start coming and working with the media is not easy, as we heard Juliet this morning expressing. So my firstborn was most of the time with my mom. And I didn't want the same thing to happen to my daughter. So I left when she was born, after she was born. But then, you know, when you're in the media, it was, I loved it, but I had to quit. So I got back some years now, and I'm enjoying it. And health is my specialty. I do the radio program, which is Studio Clinic, which is fortnightly on the radio. And I did also some series of Allo Docteur. It was this one for TV. I also have a live radio and TV program monthly. And we discuss on various issues. Last Saturday, we had one on the youth of Seychelles. And I'm also a member of the executive committee of the Cancer Concern Association of Seychelles, right? So welcome back once again. Like Myra did say, I hope you enjoyed your lunch and, you know, not too full so as not to fall asleep for this afternoon's session. And on this note, United Nations Population Fund Regional Director of East and Southern Africa, Ms. Lydia Zukomo, United Nations Coordinator for Mauritius. I don't know if everybody is back yet. And other representative, Minister Zialor, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. And this afternoon, we're going to talk about health, our health, women's health, which is very, very important. And before really inviting Ms. Zukomo to share with us her keynote address, I would like to invite the panelists for this afternoon. And the panelists for this afternoon, we have Ms. Zukomo herself. Can you please come forward? And the two others, they are from the Ministry of Health, Mrs. Vérène Louis-Marie and Ms. Beryl Valentin. We were supposed to have another panelist with us this afternoon, but unfortunately, I believe she was here this morning, but unfortunately, she got ill and she had to go to the hospital. So we wish that everything goes well for Mrs. Katie Samson, better known as Katie Melanie. She was going to share with us this afternoon her life story. You know, she's been a very strong person, and, but unfortunately, she can't make it. So we wish that all goes well for her, and she will be okay. So let me just introduce, well, you've seen the panelists for this afternoon. So let me just give a little brief about the panelist, Ms. Zukomo. She provides strategic oversight support and technical expertise to 23 offices and partners in the region who work on the ground to improve people's lives by equipping them with policy advice, training, and support. She's a human rights lawyer and international development and humanitarian leader Ms. Zikomo has 30 years of experience in women and children's rights, constitutional reform, health system strengthening, sexual and reproductive health, HIV and AIDS, gender justice, women's economic empowerment, and economic justice, including in humanitarian settings. She previously served with Oxfam International as Global Programs Director in Nairobi, Kenya, and as Regional Director for the Horn, East, and Central Africa. Before this, she was the Regional Director in East Africa for WaterAid. Ms. Zikomo began her career as a solicitor in Harare, Zimbabwe, before moving into the development sector in 1998. She holds a master's degree in civil liberties and human rights law from the University of Leicester, UK, and a Bachelor of Laws honors degree from the University of Zimbabwe. Welcome to Seychelles, Ms. Zikomo. Okay, also with us this afternoon, our own beautiful ladies from the Ministry of Health, Mrs. Vérène Louis-Marie. I remember interviewing her in some of my programs previously. She told me she was watching one on TV the other day. So she started her career in the health sector after completing a bachelor's degree in human nutrition. As a nutritionist, she has been involved in a number of initiatives to promote the nutritional well-being of various groups in the population. Her greatest interests were in infant and childhood nutrition, which allowed her to contribute towards the accreditation of the Seychelles Hospital as baby-friendly. Her master's in public health allowed her to have a greater understanding of the factors that impact the health of the population and on health promotion strategies. Currently, Vérène works as director for family health programs and is responsible for the development of health programs, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Welcome, Mrs. Louis-Marie. And also with us this afternoon, nurse, midwife, Beryl Valentin, with a bachelor's degree in nursing science from Chamberlain University, USA. She obtained in 2018, specialized in sexual and reproductive health. Ms. Valentin has been working with the Ministry of Health for the past 30 years, holding various health postings on Mae, Pralin, and La Digue, as well as Silhouette. For the past 2 years, that is since 2021, Ms. Valentin has been occupying the post of Sexual and Reproductive Health Program as a programs manager, which entails coordinating and monitoring the programs at national level. Good afternoon, Ms. Valentin, and welcome. As I did mention previously, we were supposed to have Mrs. Samson, but unfortunately, she can't make it. So, a round of applause for all the panelists this afternoon. And with this, I would like to invite Ms. Zikomo for her keynote address.
I'm not sure I'm going to do a keynote address as such. I'm just going to be one of the panelists. But maybe just to set the scene, since this is a health panel, I'm going to speak to that aspect. As United Nations Population Fund, we focus, of course, on, in East and Southern Africa, on what we call 4 zeros. So maybe I can just speak to that a little bit, and in the context of Seychelles. We focus on, and they're zeros because we're saying that's our target. We want to get to 0 in these areas. And one is on zero preventable maternal mortality. So seeing no women dying from preventable causes of childbirth and pregnancy-related illnesses. We would want to achieve 0 unmet need for family planning, which means a focus on increasing the levels of access for women and young people to modern contraceptives. By lifting up the modern contraceptive prevalence rates in our countries. And the third 0 is zero gender-based violence. And in gender-based violence, we are talking about also addressing the harmful social and cultural practices that still exist in many of our countries and in some of our population groups that impact negatively on girls' participation in public life and in girls' empowerment, but also generally women's empowerment. And then the fourth zero for Eastern Southern Africa region is on zero HIV sexually transmitted infections. Because unfortunately HIV is still an issue in this part of the world. We still have new infections taking place, and predominantly amongst adolescents. And girls are more affected than boys in this respect. So this is our focus area, and within that, we also have a core of work that focuses on the issues of evidence-based and evidence-informed actions by policymakers and in terms of programs within the health sector, education sector, etc. And that evidence base comes from data. So as in our title, United Nations Population Fund, that data that we focus on a lot is to do with population. So looking at what is happening around our populations and the demographics within that, so the different age groups within that, and looking at how we support governments to collect the right data and to then utilize that data to inform both policy and programs that they implement in their countries. And that focuses on things like the household and population census, but also demographic health surveys. And increasingly, we also look at other forms of data, so the civil registration processes, and also issues around what's happening on gender-based violence, so data around gender-based violence monitoring, including in humanitarian settings, whether those humanitarian settings are caused by conflict or by climate change. People are on the move, and we know when people are on the move because of crisis, it's generally predominantly women and young people. So those are, if I can say, a snapshot of what we focus on. And within the context of those, that work, I wanted to just say Seychelles is certainly trailblazing and leading in a number of those, achieving those zeros. We have seen very much a drop in maternal mortality. It's within very much the parameters we'd want to see in terms of the global targets that have been set. We certainly have seen an increase in modern contraception prevalence rates. The one we're struggling with still is GBV, gender-based violence. And the problem with us not getting gender-based violence under control is it can impact on all the other areas. So within that, teen pregnancies and adolescent health, we need to continue to look at that, because are these pregnancies voluntary? Are they by choice? Or is something still happening within that space? What is happening between the relationships between boys and girls, but also girls and older men that they may be interacting with? And also within that, are there still some cultural or societal perceptions and attitudes that make it such that girls or women feel that they need to do certain things to be accepted or seen as worthy or full human beings with rights and an ability to operate at the same level as their male counterparts? So we often find those attitudes can be around worthiness in terms of your marital status, in terms of your childbearing status. And those can put a lot of pressure for women and girls to take certain actions in their lives, which may actually be counterproductive to them being socially and economically empowered in the way they would want to. You've also been very good in Seychelles in increasing the levels of young girls at all levels going through the educational system. So there's practically parity between boys and girls in that respect in the educational system, which is something, again, we believe in greatly, because we see education as a protection mechanism against girls ending up in early marriages or child marriages, and also protection against some forms of gender-based violence, because they have then some ability to make informed choices about their lives. As UNFPA particularly, we're concerned about the sexual reproductive health and rights. And I didn't have enough of a time at lunch. We were with the Minister of Education, and he said on my next visit, he wants me to prioritize him. Because one of the things we do struggle with on this continent, because of our social, cultural, and religious practices and beliefs, is the extent to which, while we accept that women, and particularly married women, have the right to reproductive health and choices, sometimes we struggle with the rights of young people, particularly adolescents, in terms of access to services and access to information that enables and empowers them to make the right choices about their own lives. So I think it would be interesting to hear from your other panelists what's happening in some of those spaces, and also what's happening around, because again, with teen pregnancies or unintended and unwanted pregnancies, sometimes we then see a fall back to illegal abortions or backstreet or backyard abortions, which affects then the maternal mortality rates or morbidity of, of women, because then they're exposed to health hazards that they didn't need to be exposed. So sometimes there's a vicious circle around some of these issues. But I think on the whole, Seychelles is very much in the right trajectory, except in the area of GBV. That's where we need to redouble efforts and ensure we're really getting that right. And understand what it is, what are those social determinants that are at play that are holding back, because we cannot talk about, we say this is a high income, a middle income country, but economic progress that doesn't see gender empowerment and progress, to me is a question mark, because it's not then human-centered development and progress that we want to see. So I think major good signs in the country, but some areas where attention needs to be put, and to maybe hear from others on the panel what they see as some of the reasons why some of those issues are still prevailing in a country which you would think we wouldn't be having some of those issues anymore. So I'll stop there for now, and we can have the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Zikomo. And yeah, let's look at the local context with our two experts from the Ministry of Health. You have a presentation for us, right? So please.
Okay, thank you. We have prepared a presentation which covers a lot of what you have mentioned. So after this, we can discuss further. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
All protocols observed, good afternoon. Our presentation is basically on the theme for this afternoon, investing in women's health. And myself and Ms. Beryl, we will both be doing the presentation. It's very short, which covers the progress made with regards to women's health in Seychelles, some of the gaps and shortcomings where we need to improve, and of course, the opportunities for us to reinforce and sustain the gains that we have made in women's health in Seychelles. So the presentation will cover, we will have a look at the availability of services that women can access in Seychelles, the health programs targeting the life course from birth to old age, to aging, to the elderly, and also some of the indicators that showcase our progress, or not, or where we are lacking, or where we need to improve. Like I said, the gaps and the factors impacting on women's health in Seychelles, and also, like I said, the opportunities for us to to advance women's health in Seychelles. Like the minister said this morning, about half of our population is female, and about 27,000 girls and women of reproductive age makes half of this population. Next slide, please. Before we zero in onto the health sector itself, like the regional director rightly mentioned, the social determinants of health impact on health. You know, in health sector, often we are the ones who receive all, I guess, the consequences of what goes on in the environment, in where people live, where people work. So when we invest in other sectors, we are also investing in health. So this is what this slide is saying. If we invest in the living and work conditions of where women are, we are also investing in their health. Like she mentioned, when we invest in education, if all of our girls are in schools, we tend to benefit their health as well. When we have proper housing, we have proper work environment, we have employment, all of this have return on the health of women and of the population in general. In terms of the availability of health services, this slide is showing us how services are spread out across the country. We have 16 community health centers with regional health centers opening up to 8 or 10 p.m. with extended working hours, some even 24 hours. We have a youth health center. Although it's very much centralized, we are working towards its decentralization. We have one main hospital, which is the Seychelles Hospital, which provides inpatient specialized care as well as outpatient services. We have 2 cottage hospitals, one on Mai and one on Prala and one on Ladig. We have the rehabilitation centers where everyone can, for specialized palliative care or rehabilitative services, and also mental health hospital. We have a wellness center that provides psychiatric care. We have one elderly regional home under the Ministry of Health. And since 2022, if I'm not mistaken, the Division for Substance Abuse Prevention, Treatment and Rehabilitation, the previous APDA, now DSAPTR, has moved under the Ministry of Health, and they have a clinic and prevention programs where they provide methadone-assisted treatment. And of course, in the country, have various other private healthcare providers. In terms of health programs, in 2022, the government approved or redefined the life course or the primary healthcare package of the government of Seychelles. And in that package, there are 2 sets of programs. One, which is the family health programs, which looks at health across the life course, or what we often call RMNCH programs. And then we have the disease-specific programs, disease prevention-specific programs. So under the family health programs, we have the sexual and reproductive health program, which of course offers services to do with family planning, contraception, and cancer of the reproductive system screening, and also looks at the sexual reproductive health of the youth. We have the maternal health program where we provide antenatal care, postnatal care. We also have the child health program, which offers child health services in the community for growth monitoring, immunization, promotion of infant nutrition. Next slide. We have a school health program, school and adolescent health program, where there's a lot of health promotion done in schools. And we work closely with the Ministry of Education to implement the program, as well as other sectors like the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Family, also the SNYC and other youth-related agencies. We also provide various health screening and immunization in the schools, and also curative and rehabilitative services, where students with that needs any intervention, any specialized services can be referred for these services. We have a new youth health program in the past we had the Youth Health Center, but now we have an actual program. And this is new in the package, and we have just started its implementation last year when we had the new program manager, which looks at both school, adolescent, and youth health program and the youth health program. So now we are starting to engage more with the same departments that I mentioned earlier, the youth department and SNYC. And this program looks at the health of people up to the age of 30. And of course, often when we talk about women's health, we tend to focus on girls and women, but we tend to forget about the elderly. So we do have a healthy aging program now in the new healthcare package, primary healthcare package, although it's not yet fully implemented, but we are working towards its operationalization, and also a home-based care program, although not yet operationalized, but we do have services in the community, home-based care services where care are provided in the homes. And of course, palliative care, I mentioned the hospice, but we want to strengthen palliative care through this implementation of this program. And although we are talking about women today, girls and women, we do also have in the new package, a men's health program, because, well, it's my belief that if you also empower the boys and empower the men, they will also help the women to have better health. This is my belief. Because a lot of times we tend to focus on girls, and it seems maybe we have left out the boys and the men. So there is also a men's health program, which we need to, we are yet to operationalize. Although there are some activities going on, there are like clinics for men, but this program will target boys from the schools up to adult men. Next slide, please. So we've been talking about progress, and this slide here are some health indicators of women in Seychelles, which will tell us whether we are up there, we have made it, we have reached the 0 to 2, we attained that target, we didn't have any maternal death. But before that, in 2021, due to COVID, we had 2 maternal deaths. And for 2023, the annual health sector report is still being finalized. But if I remember correctly, I think we had 1 death last year, 1 maternal death. In terms of vaccination coverage, vaccination to prevent vaccine-preventable diseases, which also contribute to towards the health of women and everyone in the population. We normally record, it's been years, decades, we've been recording over 95% coverage for all antigens in our immunization schedule. And we introduced the HPV vaccine in 2014, and the coverage has been above 80%. And this year, we are planning to introduce HPV vaccination to boys. In terms of pap smear uptake, this one worries us a bit, because as I mentioned earlier, we have about 27,000 women in the reproductive health age, and in 22, we had only 5,925 women who came forward for screening. So there is a big gap there, and we need to improve on and promote pap smear uptake screening amongst our women. I'll take the ANC coverage while I wait for this one. In Seychelles, almost all women, I would say, attends ANC consultations, and this has been above 99% throughout. We have very few women who fail to come forward for ANC consultations. In terms of family planning access, in terms of current users, this as well worries us, because we would expect more women of reproductive age to be accessing. But this is only in the community, though. In the community health center where we collect data, we do not have data from private. It's been very challenging to get data from them. But we know that a lot of women access services in the private. So if we had that information, it would give us a better picture. Skilled birth attendance, throughout, it has been above 99. Most of our births take place in a hospital. MTCT, in 2022, we had 1 case, which gave us 10%. We are yet to get the 2023 data. For contraceptive prevalence, now this one also is only from routine data that is collected. It's not through a survey. It's from the routine data that is collected in the community health center. And also, like I said before, we don't have any data from private, so we need to do a proper survey in the population to look at contraceptive prevalence. Next slide, please. I think this is the end of my bit of the presentation. We have 2 slides left, and Ms. Beryl will talk a bit more about the gaps and shortcomings in our services. Thank you for now.
So it's good afternoon from me. Like Mrs. Veren has said, I will be presenting the gaps for women accessing the health. Despite all the service being offered in the family planning, we've seen that there is a lot of gaps in regards to menopause. So we have limited service for women wanting some advice on menopause, what to do and all that. So we've seen that this is an issue for us. And also we have the fertility issues. We don't have a clinic where women can go have a comprehensive screening and about fertility issue where they can address personalized issues regarding them. In terms for the preconception care and family planning, so we offer the family planning over all health centers, but our providers probably don't have the capacity to deliver the adequate service that the preconception care requires for every woman. So we just, they get bits and pieces for the preconception care and family planning. So there's poor utilization. So as we said, we need to build the capacities. In regards to education and empowerment, we've seen that there's inadequate education on their rights to access services and inadequate education of sexuality issues like comprehensive sexual education for the girls. So we need to work towards empowering girls so that they know they don't fall in risky behaviors in terms of giving them education. For mental health services, like women, sometimes when they face problems like postpartum depression, they tend to not have the proper avenue where to go, what to do. So this ends up with, they can harm themselves and also create anxiety that can lead to many health problems. We've heard about gender-based violence and sexual abuse. So this is an issue for us in Ministry of Health because we don't get the data that would tell us that this is a case of, because the receive of the gender-based violence when they are reported for services. So the data is not being collected at Ministry of Health. So if it's not reported, so we don't have the data. And abortion services, this one is an issue also because we have the service, the women can come for the family planning, they can request for the service, but do they have the right to decide that I want my termination of pregnancy, because they fill a form and they have to send it to a board to be approved. So we've seen that abortion services is not, you have to come to hospital. It's decided by someone else. It's not them decided, I want my termination of pregnancy. And the NCDs, this is the non-communicable diseases. In this, we got the diabetes, the hypertension, cancers, all the issues about vascular diseases. So this is also, we have problem in regards to women's health. There's not much being done in regards to NCDs. The next slide, please. So in regards to opportunities, though we have gaps, but we have also some opportunities to achieve greater gains. So we need to show more attention to be given to the social and behavioral determinants of health, like Mrs. Viren had said. we're talking about digital health. So where there's new innovation, women can sit in their homes, they can have an app, they can call for an appointment, they can call for advice. So in terms of this, we are telemedicine so that they get consultation from home. And also we're talking about community-based intervention. So outreach program, if the women don't come, so there's program that reach them from where they are. And also we planning of research and data collection. So we need to have some research and have available data for gender-specific research conducted so that we know what are the challenges women are faced and what is the way forward. So the next slide, please. Okay, so in conclusion, so we've seen that there's, despite the many challenges, there's substantial progress that has been made to invest in women's health. So comprehensive sexual services, education, and support must continue so that we can prioritize and ensure that women receive the need and care. So women know about their body, they have knowledge about their body, and by promoting access to prevention and care and screening, by advocating for research and treatment for women's specific conditions and address societal factors that impact women's health, so we can help in advancing the health of women. So now that we have all the partners, we try and work together to address these challenges and to strive forward for a future where all women have resources and support they need to lead a healthy life. I thank you all.
Thank you, Beryl. Right, we've had, yeah, please get back to your seat. We've had an overview of what is in place in the Seychelles. We've seen the programs in place, the challenges, the gaps, and the opportunities, and what remains to be done. Previously, at the beginning, Ms. Zikomo spoke about the 4 areas where you're targeting to have 0. Okay, so when you look at what we have in place in the Seychelles, what do you think about us, to attain this 0?
So I think it's overall, it's a good news story for Seychelles. You're practically on the 4 zeros trajectory. You're very near achieving it. It will be interesting to hear some of the data for 2023 as it comes through. But you could see that they were already, at least at 2022, you had reached 0 maternal mortality rate. Certainly you're doing very well in that respect. I think the area that you highlighted, and I think where I also raised some questions, where we need to get better data on the family planning so we can fully understand whether, in fact, how near you are to reaching the 0, because you only had for the public or government institutions and not for the private sector. So somehow we have to find a way, maybe it's a regulation issue around how private sector must provide some of the information or feeds into the health management information system in such a way that you have that information. Because it may well be that you are very near that 0. Because it's good to know so you know what to target and what you don't need to put too much effort on. GBV, I think we agree, so that's still very much coming through as an area. What we don't measure, we can't often address and we can't invest in. It's very clear there's a problem with data in that area. We need, as you said, also dedicated studies to see what's really happening and be able to have a better handle on what's happening in the GBV. So I think it's overall positive, and also it's good. Of course, there's a midwife on the panel, but you know that as UNFPA we are very much behind midwives and capacitating health professionals. So you've got a very high rate of women delivering in health centers or institutions, but also being attended to by the right professionals, which of course increases then their chances of not suffering adverse effects during pregnancy, but also during the actual child birthing process. So I would say positive, and the report card would say nearly there, but can still do a bit better.
And we often say, well, not often, but all the time, we say that if the woman who is the mother, the sister, the grandma, if she's not well, if her health is not taken care of, then the whole family is not healthy. I think this is a very true statement, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely an African proverb that is reiterated across many countries of Africa. In my own Zimbabwean culture, I say musha mukadzi. Yeah, so a home is a woman, and how it stands is because of what's happening in the lives of women. So I would agree with you on that. Yeah. I think the area which is common, and I think maybe Seychelles may be well positioned to be a trailblazer around, is this issue of what's happening with adolescents, because it looks like they're not accessing or able, whether it's an inability or a reluctance or what's happening, to access services and information. And of course, if they're not accessing services and information to the right levels, that then has a knock-on effect on achieving those 4 zeros. So I think we need to understand what's happening, and also what's happening intergenerationally. So older women drivers of positive behaviors and mindsets for young women and girls, or are we, and I class myself as also an older woman, are we custodians of culture in a way that inhibits young women and girls accessing information and services? So women play a role in this. We often talk about men, but actually women can be very big factors in being blockers or advancers of young girls' rights. So I think we need to understand also what's happening intergenerationally within this. But lastly, I did want to just flag the issue that is also an area where if Seychelles can take it seriously, you could trailblaze. The area of menopause and etc. This is something that as UNFPA we're beginning to pay a close attention to. So understanding the reproductive life cycle and what happens across the different age or demographics of a girl to an older woman's life, and the issues that we need to monitor. So that issue of prevention that was being talked about and early screening is so important. We're doing a little bit better on the menstrual health part. In many countries now, we're much more aware of menstrual hygiene and health issues of young girls. But we're not so good on the perimenopause and menopause aspects. And we need to do much better for older women. We owe them that. And in a country like Seychelles, where you do have an aging population, this is an area where you can certainly lead in some of that work. So I wanted to mention that. And then one which is mentioned there, which is very interesting, because it doesn't actually, I think this is an area which is emerging across many middle income and high income countries around how we deal with issues, not just of fertility, but of infertility. So infertility is also an issue. Traditionally in our countries, we were aware of it, especially in Africa, with how women were treated if they were not able to conceive, whether the problem was theirs or their partners. But it had a very high stigma and also raises a lot of mental health issues linked with that in the way then they self-identify, but also are treated within our communities. It's improving, but I think that issue of infertility, as girls go to school and young women choose to prioritize their education and their socioeconomic empowerment over starting families early, we're seeing a progression also of age in terms of when women choose to exercise their rights to reproductive health. And that means more of them are possibly choosing to have children later in life, 40s even, and late 30s. And then we find that our health systems are not very well geared to supporting them with new procedures like freezing your eggs, et cetera, et cetera. So these are some of the issues which are definitely coming. And again, a country like Seychelles can be a lead in that because you've already identified it. So your system is catching that as an issue. What do we do? And how does a health system respond to that? What is the investment required around that? And how do we work with both women and men in some of these areas? Because reproductive health is not just a woman's issue, it's also a male issue. So yes, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ms. Zikomo. And to our ladies from the Ministry of Health, we know the programs are there. We have free access to health services, but are women educated enough to know what programs are in place and what are the services they can access from the Ministry of Health?
I think we definitely need to do better in educating our girls and women about the services available and where they are. Definitely, we need to do more in this regard. But I wanted to come back on the issue of adolescent health, because I think this is, in terms of services for adolescents, especially sexual reproductive health services, this is a policy issue that here in Seychelles we need to take it further, we need to discuss it further. We do have an adolescent sexual reproductive health policy, but its implementation has not been very good. In fact, it's on our plan to revisit this policy so that we can, because now we are trying to work with the Ministry of Education to introduce comprehensive sexuality education and life skills, basically, to revisit. There's some component, but we want to reinforce it. But definitely this might create a demand now among adolescents, so we need to revisit our policy to align it with that education that we will be giving.
One issue when it comes to adolescents, especially when we talk about sexual health, we know in Seychelles, at the age of 15, girls, well, they can have a sexual relationship, but no access to contraceptive until they are 18. So there's a bit of confusion. Are you looking into probably, I don't know, amending what is existing at the moment?
Thank you for the question. In regards to accessing contraceptive, girls below 18 can access contraceptives. Below 18, I mean, can access contraceptive, but parental consent. So if their parent consent, they can definitely access, but they cannot access on the road. So yeah, we're working on how best to revisit how these girls can access the service. But in regards to services, the family planning nurse, there's a component in the sexual and reproductive health policy currently that states that girls, whenever they come for services for reproductive, contraceptive, it depends entirely on the provider to see if the case-to-case basis, if she can attend to the girl at the specific
age pregnancies, but not only that, the sexually transmitted diseases as well. So I think, yeah, we really need to do something about that. And I say that a lot of emphasis is being put on physical, sexual, but the mental part of women's health is most of the time not talked about, and yet a lot of women are being affected mentally, emotionally. Ms. Zikomo.
Yes, this is something we've noted, and I think it was really highlighted during COVID. Because what we then began to really realize was how COVID and the restrictions that were put around people's ability to move and even limiting young youths, access to school facilities had an impact on their psychological and mental health. And it flagged up a lot of issues. apart from just the issue of also increased gender-based violence within those settings. So one of the things that as UNFPA we've been taking much more seriously is also looking at mental health. And mental health, particularly of young people, but also of adults, but particularly of young people. Because I think also in our cultures in Africa, we have often assumed that young people do not have mental health issues. So there's a tendency to think that, you just have to be strong and, these things will go away by themselves. And we know that that's not true. And with UNICEF, we've been noticing that the age at which diagnosis of mental health issues are coming up for young people, I think some of the documented cases as young as 6 years old with mental health issues. So we cannot, and when you then link it to also incidences of gender-based violence affecting young people, you can also see where some of that those mental health issues are coming from. But even without GBV, I think we have to understand that young people are going through a society and changes which are very challenging. And when they don't have the right information, when there's misinformation and disinformation and confusion, it creates a perfect storm where they are not able to understand what's going on. And we know, all of us who went through puberty, that it was not easy. And without the right tools at your disposal to understand what's going on with yourself, you can become quite confused and really be challenged in that. So we are focusing quite a lot on mental health now as part of this continuum of care and trying to get the health sector to really shine a light on this area, working together with other ministries that deal with young people and women and gender issues. I had wanted to also just say on this comprehensive sexuality education issue, that one of the things I think we also need to accept as Africans is that knowledge and information doesn't necessarily mean that it's a license for people to just do anything and everything they want. And I think we should have a little bit more trust in our young people, that equipping them with knowledge and access to services doesn't mean they're going to misuse and abuse those. It actually gives them the power to make informed, right decisions. So evidence so far has not shown that by increasing information and services, suddenly young people are engaging in all kinds of risky behavior. In fact, it reduces that. So I think we need to disabuse ourselves of this belief that's within us that somehow ignorance is bliss. Actually, ignorance kills. Without the right information, even that statistic you had for MCTC, that's sad. That even one person got HIV who didn't need to have got HIV last year. And we need to be looking at this kind of thing very seriously because it's not a good indicator of a developed, progressive nation that cares for its people and wants to ensure that its people have all the tools they need to manage their own lives properly. So I just wanted to say that, but yeah, mental health is definitely something we're paying more attention to. Actually, in many countries, they also, and I see here the health professionals raise this, we're also linking it to drugs. Yeah. Because unfortunately, we are seeing a spike in drug use amongst young people, both in the islands, but also on the mainland. It is a concern. I suppose it's part of the globalization and the kind of way in which the world is moving forward. So we do have to grapple with what's happening around drug use and drug-taking behavior, because that also, unfortunately, then creates that vicious cycle again with increased mental health issues. And sometimes mental health issues are the reason why young people are using drugs to cope with what could be addressed without having to resort to drug abuse. So we have to look at the totality of all of these issues. We can no longer say in Africa those things are for the West, on the global North. They are very much on our continent. And in Seychelles, I think you're facing them. The good thing is the health sector is aware of them. Now it's the multi-sectoral approaches that are required to not just criminalize, but look at, as you said, the social and behavior determinants that need to be looked at. Because if you just go for criminalization and legal our responses to this, it goes underground. It doesn't actually resolve the issues. And you want people to come forward when they're struggling so they get the right. Because even for many of us who would consider ourselves educated people, who have been exposed, it's amazing what we don't know. Because I think culturally, many of these issues that affect women and girls were just not things that we talked about. So for many of us, we didn't even know what menstruation was in our own languages until quite as adults in many cases. I don't know about in this country, but have you ever done a survey of what in our local indigenous languages we call menstruation? In Zimbabwe, we called it going to the moon. What is that? I mean, it makes it even more mystical, going to the moon. It becomes something that's intangible. You can't touch it. Yeah. You can't make sense of it. And it was called going to the moon, and the only advice you got was don't have anything to do with boys anymore. Because, of course, you can get pregnant. That's what they were actually talking about. But of course, that when you say don't to young people, you're probably you're actually incentivizing the wrong type of response. So, and then for those of us who are now reaching perimenopause and menopause, I've been amazed at how much I didn't know about this stage in life. And it's not talked about. It's not written about, and it's not things that you come across. But even around issues of child bearing, you will discover that many of us only learned about certain conditions and issues when we were literally going through it. I don't know about many of you, but my first pregnancy, and my son was actually underweight when he was born, but I had to be induced. But I had rupturing of my cervical area. I had not been told that that was a possibility, and it happened. And I had to be sewn up. I didn't know I'd been sewn up to repair that. And there were consequences of that for quite a while in terms of ability to engage in any type of sexual activity. It was painful for quite a long time. And that's just something that's not even that serious compared to others who go through much more horrific situations. And we all know women and young women who've ended up with, because of hypertension and all these issues, paralyzed, had strokes during childbearing process. I have at least 3 now that I know in Zimbabwe, young women, who I was asking about how are they these days, and discovered they have each had that kind of an episode and were now physically, paralyzed on one side of their bodies, just in the cause of having a baby. And things which are preventable, but because we push on these expectations that to be a appropriate woman, you must go through these rites of passage, you must do these things. Sometimes your body is not able to manage that, and you need a heightened level of support from the health professionals. And if you're not getting it, then you are unfortunately in a very bad state. So there are things we don't know about, conditions that are manageable, signs and indications that we should take note of, and that we should respond to appropriately, and not assume I'll just get over it. It's nothing, it's my imagination, or it's whatever. And we need to be writing more about these issues. We need more of people like yourself on radio programs and everything else, talking about it, journalists, media people, social media. We need books on this. We need videos, blogs, whatever is necessary to get the information out. And we need our health professionals to have all the relevant information, so when people come, they can give them what we're calling, and I see you talked about it, which I think is very important, an integrated package of information. So even if someone comes for an HIV test? Do they get cancer screening? Do they get all the other things that might mean that that one point of contact with a health professional, they get a range of services, not just the one thing? Because the more we can do that, the more then we will have a population and women who are aware. And once women are aware and educated, they can also support younger women, their daughters, their nieces, their friends, to also know and understand, and even just point them in the right direction of where they can get the information from. So awareness raising is still a big issue, and education, not just for young people and adolescents, but I think even for adult women as well.
You have anything to add? Are our women in Seychelles aware of the importance of investing in their health?
Like Madame Zikomo had said, maybe no. I would say no, because when you meet them on the road, they're asking you what to do with in regards to this. So just to need to reinforce our awareness program so that they know where to go when they are facing this kind of situation. We need to do more.
I believe we are over our time, but if we have, probably we can take one or two questions from the floor, if you have any. Yes? Yeah, this one there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is, have you noticed any trends regarding use of contraceptives and infertility from the data, or maybe cases you know?
Repeat the question, please. Thank you.
Okay, so if you've noticed any trends regarding the use of contraceptives over a long period of time, and if it has any impact on infertility.
Okay, it depends. So it doesn't mean that all contraceptive will have an impact on girls or women in reproductive age. Sometimes it depends on the kind of contraceptive. Sometimes if they've been using for quite a long time, maybe they delay in ovulation. So this is a problem for some women. They don't conceive automatically when they stop the contraceptive. But it's not something that it's applicable for every woman. Some women, automatically when they miss a pill or an injection, they get pregnant. So it depends. So it doesn't have to be every woman, they have problem in conceiving when they on long-term contraceptive. So don't worry.
No, I'm asking more in terms of the access to contraceptive at an earlier age, and whether there's enough data to show that it doesn't raise the risk of more issues down the line.
When I was reading some literature, we've seen that girls accessing contraceptive for quite at a younger age, there's potentially some problem in regards to circulation. They get DVT, they get a lot of complication that affects the bone. So it depends, but yes, we've seen in literature that, some girls do experience, they do have they can have problem conceiving if they start contraceptive at an early age, but maybe some more research needs to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Veraine wanted to add something.
Locally, we have never done any local studies in this area, and right now we are working on a research framework to actually look at priority areas for research, and maybe this is something that we can look into in the future.
Yeah.
I have a question. With regards to the data that you've collected from 2022 and the results you've presented, do you think that is a true representation of the actual situation in Seychelles? Has it factored in everyone you could possibly reach? I mean, obviously there are certain nuances that would exist, but in terms of what we've seen where maybe accessing certain age group or people have been quite difficult, do you feel like the data being presented is a true representation, or at best a good representation of the actual scenario in Seychelles?
Okay, so I would say at best. At the moment, our data collection is very much paper-based. We are still slowly implementing the health information system. And we don't do demographic health surveys, so we rely on routine data. So therefore, at best, where the data is being generated, if it's being generated right, it's the best data that we can produce. But obviously things like maternal mortality, these are true representations because this happens in the hospital. So we do have an issue with some certain data, but some data we can actually say that this is the true data.
We have a question from Jane. Thank you, Viren.
Yes, good afternoon all. Jane from the Family Department. I have 2 questions, maybe.
Okay. Let's see if we can entertain the 2 questions, depending on what...
maybe one is more of a comment rather than a question.
Yeah.
In regards to teenage pregnancy, I know that we've been having a lot of policy issues in regards to age to access with consent of parents and the other where they can have sexual relations or whatever. What I'm thinking is that maybe there is a need for us to reach the parents, because I think sometimes in Seychelles it's a cultural issue for parents to go with their children to get contraceptives. There are a lot of parents who are reluctant, although they know their children are sexually active, they are very reluctant to go. And yet, when the children, the young girl, they get pregnant, this becomes a really big issue. Maybe there is a need for us to reach the parents rather than target the youths. We need to target the youths, definitely, but we need also to get the parents on board, because I think this is also another gap that is a challenge for us for many, many years. And then another issue, you talked about GBV data. It is an issue, a concern for us, especially since we are implementing the Domestic Violence Act this year. We've started, the minister signed the act last year, so we need to start be on our toes, because I know that we will be getting a lot of people reporting, but for Ministry of Health to be able also to collect the right data for us, because we need to report as well. So maybe this is something that we can get together to further discuss, because we really need data from Ministry of Health, as this has an impact of what we do as well, and the provision of services as well. So we need to collaborate a bit more. Thank you.
Collaboration, it's very important. Okay, Viren?
Okay, so I was just going to say that I agree with what Mrs. Larry is saying. In fact, for teenage pregnancy, it's a societal problem. And since last year, I know there's a multi-sectoral committee that has come together under the purview of the Social Affairs Department, bringing health, education, and everybody together to tackle this issue together. Because if we do it in isolation, we will never address any problem. GBV is the same. We were just talking, I think this week, we were just talking about gender-based violence and how the issue of not having data, relying on people reporting whether they've experienced any gender-based violence, because we depend on them reporting to us. So we were talking about using the model of child protection. Now we think that this is quite a good model to start with, and definitely we need to collaborate with other partners so that we can have good data and then come up with whatever interventions we agree upon.
So we will take one last question. We have one here as well and one there. Okay, let's...
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to ask with regards to the various services. I'm mostly interested in the maternity services. I'm a new mom, but I wanted to see which innovative ways are being thought of to be able to reach out to the various age groups with regards to us women in the reproductive cycle, and how can we boost those educational awareness programs, not just in terms of communication, but to make it more interactive. I've recently experienced services offered by the Ministry of Health for postnatal classes. They offered 3 classes before and 3 classes after, of which it was very interesting as a new mom, where you get a support system, a support group of women that are going through the same thing. You learn from the various experiences. But for me, it would be interesting to push that further, do activities, postnatal exercises for moms that have done C-section, for example, just try for them to try and get back to their normal or new routine, I might say. So are there any ideas or future plans of boosting these services, and do you have the capacity, which is more important as well?
Thank you for the question, Velen. And yeah.
I was actually going to say the capacity, the resources is always limiting. So yes, in fact, throughout all our programs, we are always finding new ways of doing things, coming up with new ideas, innovations, new strategies to reach universal health coverage. Because basically family health is universal health coverage because we are looking at people throughout the life course. So I know our maternal health program last year focused a lot on the ANC program, and again this year she's continuing with that, while also moving on to postnatal care. We have one program manager just trying to juggle everything. It's not always easy because, like you said, resources is always a limiting factor. But we're trying our best always to see how to improve. I know we've relooked at our the sophrology classes last year. We had someone coming in to train the midwives, to refresh them, and so that they can implement the classes in the community. And we are working on mental health in antenatal care and postnatal care. So we are doing bits and by phases to see how we can always improve our programs. It's a very good suggestion. Thank you.
All right, that will be the very last one. Last question.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My question relates to the fertility issues, which you've said there is limited services. So is there any plan, anything within the plan of the Ministry of Health to provide services or anything that can relate to fertility? Is this something that you've started discussing on, and is there anything coming up in the near future? Because as you know, it is a big concern in Seychelles right now, not only in terms of the fertility issues, but diseases are associated with fertility, whereby it takes a long time sometimes for patients to be diagnosed, and they go through the process of not knowing, and this also impacts on their mental health. So is there anything? And another question that was that somebody else gave me to ask is with regards to the pap smear test. Does the Ministry of Health has any plans in the future to maybe do a little bit of campaigning with regards to pap smear, and also maybe see that it is a little bit more comfortable, because it is not necessarily comfortable, and maybe this is why we opt not to go and do the pap smear, which is not good, but that's it. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. In regards to, for the first question, in regards to the infertility, yes, we, together with UNFPA, we've worked on a work plan, so we're going to train our nurses to have comprehensive, they have the knowledge, they have the family planning technology, so they know what to, when they are offering the service from preconception care throughout, which kind of service the particular person needs. So yeah, we're working on something. And in regards to the pap smear, yes, we, since last year, we're working on good news coming for the pap smear. So we will be introducing the HPV DNA testing. It will be more like, we won't use this device, the speculum, so it will be more like the COVID thing that the PCR.
Interesting.
So this is the one, and eventually you will be able to do your self-test. And yeah.
That's
so
really
this
good
coming.
news, actually.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. I think it's been a very enriching and interesting discussion, and we have seen that it's really important that we as women, we are aware of the importance of investing in our health, and also not the Ministry of Health, but other sectors, because we've seen education, housing, everything. It goes down then to health. So if we want to have a healthy nation, we need to have healthy women, because they are the pillar, I believe. We used to say that men are the pillars of the family. I don't believe this is the case anymore. Yeah, because I believe women is really taking control. I don't know if you will agree with me on that one, but women nowadays, well, in Seychelles, they are the pillars of the family. So we need to have strong programs in place, invest more in women's health if we really want a healthy nation. So that's it. Thank you to all the panelists, and thank you, everyone. Wishing you all a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marie-Claude, and everyone else on the panel, and everyone who participated today. It has been a very fruitful day. Clearly, we need more of this session because, look, we just heard the positive news from Ministry of Health. So for closing, I will invite once again Minister Diallo for a few words for us to wrap up the session. Thank you.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for coming back. I will not do the conclusion, as today I am leaving the space for people who are usually behind the scenes. I will invite someone to come and then do the closing. But just while you're at it, Ministry of Health, can we do the same for the COVID test? Less intrusive, less painful. So I just had to get this off my chest. But I do understand, I'm reading some of the comments because we are streaming live. So thank you very much for the toolbox for making this happen. And some comments, there are so many people who want to come and they want to participate, and they said, oh, you left us out. Don't worry. We will have more of these platforms, because I was asked by the media what to follow. I would love for Marie-Claude to be hosting one. You see, it wasn't enough time just to talk about health. We could just take fertility, for example, and we could have a whole day. So we are also to our other partners, and the same thing, Minister Devika, with Astrid coming here, and we can talk about alternative financing for women a whole day. So it's not just a beginning, because we had this previously, but we redynamic. We need to redynamize, I'm trying to find words, so that we can continue, and even not at this high level, but at the level that we can have this discussion. So don't worry. And please do reach out to us. You know, for me, when somebody doesn't invite me to a party that I think I should be there, and I said, can I come, please? I'd like to come to your party. Come and invite yourselves to our party, ladies. We have space for everyone. But I would like now to invite my sister, Zuzian from UNFPA. We co-created this together, this event today. So I would like to invite her, she's in the background the whole day, to say a few words to close. Thank you very much. And let's start the revolution.
Dear Minister of Youth, Sports and Family, my sister Marie-Céline, I think the RC of the UN system, Lisa, is not here, but I know she's represented. I also want to recognize the ladies and parliamentarians that are still here, and my colleagues from UNFPA. Some of you do not know that some of my colleagues from Madagascar also joined, and our own Priscilla, I'm sure that you all know. Beautiful ladies, as I learned, and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. It's been an exhilarating day for me. I think I learned a lot, and I'm very happy that it finally, this co-creation finally came to light. I think personally, I will take a lot back when I return. So as the UNFPA country director, I almost forgot that. I almost forgot that I thought I was a participant listening to everybody and all the interesting stories. As country director for Seychelles, I have to confess that I'm very proud of this session and of the Seychellois women and what they're achieving and doing, and the length to which they have pushed their skills and capabilities. And I think you all convinced my regional director that you all heard. Despite the fact that she was already very impressed and fell in love with the country, I think that she will return and she will be able to listen more and move from thought to action. I think that is the next move. So thank you very much. As you know, she covers 23 countries. Seychelles is one of the 23 countries. In this first quarter, she decided she was going to spend some of that time here. So I must say that it's a great testament to the dedication that she has, not only for the middle-income countries, but for Seychelles in particular. I'm also proud to have taken part in this high-level forum, which marks the International Women's Day here in Seychelles, and would like to express my sincere gratitude to my sister Marie-Céline Zialor for accepting all of the annoying messages that I was sending to her, but also for really making a success out of this event. I realize that you have many concurrent events that are going on, but the fact that you and your team really led this to success is really impressive. Thank you very much, and I think we can applaud them. Thank you so much. Today, as I said, we have learned the need to invest in ourselves. And this is something that I will also take back with me. And in doing so, we are celebrating ourselves as women, as girls. I was also impressed by the panel on young women, on with young entrepreneurs. I don't know if they're still in the room. I only saw one as I was walking back, and one had spoken. I also wanted to say the good news is, or the bad news is, you said you don't know whether it will change. The bad news is your life never changes when you become a mother. It becomes glorious, but it never changes. You're a mother forever. And so the women panel on entrepreneurship or women and entrepreneurs, I think for me was an eye-opener on the different ways that UNFPA should support middle-income countries. And it really, I think, also gave me, and I think my colleagues also, a new way of thinking. The banking system that they spoke to a few hours ago is something that we're still thinking about. How can we broker this capacity to really come and support the women and the girls that are wanting to invest their time in entrepreneurship? And that's it's a very innovative sector that UNFPA would love to invest in. The achievements of Seychellois women is very inspiring. The support that government is providing is also unique and to be celebrated. And your invaluable contribution to society need to be applauded and supported. And I wish to reaffirm UNFPA's commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment in Seychelles. As Minister Devika Vidot indicated earlier in the day, this is our day. This is our day, even if we celebrate it on the 8th of March, a day to honor strength, resilience, and determination of women here in Seychelles. We have heard inspiring stories of remarkable women who have shattered the glass ceiling, overcame obstacles, and made significant strides in various fields, not only in entrepreneurship, agricultural, that I heard in medicine. I'm impressed to know that in Seychelles, the pap smear can now be done can be done by oneself. And we were joking with Minister, we're hoping also that, well, COVID is past, but we should have found this out when COVID was still in, because it's a painful experience, very painful. And so you've made very significant strides in different fields, and your achievements will serve as a reminder that gender equality is not just a matter of social justice, but it's also a catalyst for sustainable development and more inclusive society. However, because there is a however, we must also take note and acknowledge that there is much work that still needs to be done, including in the field of data, I think, as we exposed, as I think the last panel exposed. And I think UNFPA is very keen to take on the role of providing this expertise, and the Office of the Regional Director is filled with experts in that field, and I think we may certainly have a discussion around that. I haven't cleared it with her yet, but I'm sure we'll be able to have a discussion around that to see how best we can fast-track this support and provide the data that some of these evidence-based program will need. A lot has to be done also because women continue to face other challenges in terms of, I think we heard GBV. We also limited access to education, despite the great strides, and to healthcare. There are still economic disparities, despite the efforts that are being made, and underrepresentation of decision-making processes, in decision-making processes. It is our collective responsibility to address these barriers and create an enabling environment where every woman and every girl can fulfill their potential, their full potential, and enjoy their rights. UNFPA remains fully committed to supporting Seychelles and its efforts to advance gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. We will continue to work closely with the government, and particularly the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Family, and civil society, which we heard today, to promote comprehensive sexuality education, which we heard was also one of the hindrances to gender equality, but also to understand the data, as I said before, understand what is happening with women, and I think the regional director pointed it out a little bit before, to understand how it is affecting women, and in a way to enhance access to reproductive health care and services. As I conclude this session, which I was given the honor to speak on the concluding statements, let us carry the spirit of International Women's Day with us throughout the year, not only this week, this month, but throughout the year. Let us advocate for gender equality, challenge gender norms and stereotypes, and mostly amplify the voices of women and girls, and ensure that they have equal opportunities to strive and to contribute to our society. Together, let's build a future where every woman and girl can have a life of dignity, free from discrimination and from violence. Thank you once again for your commitment, Minister Zialor. Thank you once again for participating in this very important high-level dialogue. And Seychelles women, now I can say that you have UNFPA's full attention, not only at the country level with me, but also with our regional director at the highest level, and I know she will carry that voice. You have been leading and providing examples on how gender can be successfully advanced, and with my regional director as advocate. Now, I think she said it, and you can take it. She'll be your advocate, and I'll be your soldier. And I'll be your soldier to ensure that investing in women continues to be a priority in Seychelles. Thank you for your...